What the fastest way you've seen someone ruin their life? A former acquaintance was playing around with a homemade crossbow that I'd helped him with. I was massively into archery and fletching, and he seemed serious about it. I typically made him leave it with me because deadly weapon. I have an explanation. He kinda didn't point anyway, to convince his parents to let him join an archery club. He wanted to show off the crossbow we made. I thought it was a decent plan, so let him take it without any ammo. Turns out he was gaming me to get more playtime with his favorite toy, had gotten hold of some bolts, and was faking around shooting his shed a fair bit. He somehow ended up firing a bolt that missed the shed completely, passed between the slats on his fence, and hit his neighbor's daughter in the spine. She hasn't walked since. He got faked up real bad by her unstable older brother. They both did jail time. Acquaintance was disowned and ended up homeless, and now I'm not sure where they are in life. Edit. I've had a few people comment that even a stable person would want to fuck up someone for something like this. Truth told, I half agree. I still feel like it's important information to the situation, however, and just want to qualify the statement. The beating he got was brutal, involved a crowbar, and left him with a broken femur. The difference between wanting to do something like that and actually acting on it is important. Also, we were 18 at the time, the girl was 12, her brother 21, for all those asking. Edit 2. The brother had a history of anger management issues, drug abuse, and a small list of prior misdemeanors. This man isn't someone you should be elevating just because his negativity was concentrated on someone who you say deserved it. I'm not here to argue about the ethics of his actions or whether or not his instability was a factor in his reaction. It was. Stable people don't find revelry in inflicting grievous bodily harm on others. Two wrongs, eye for an eye, and all that. I had a friend years back, always kind of an odd guy, but he had a good heart. Anyway, one day, I was hanging out with him and a few other friends, and he told us he was going to get a tattoo tomorrow, and had this super cool idea, but he wouldn't tell us what it was, because he wanted it to be a surprise. We saw him about a week later. He had tattooed 3/4s of his face green. Like, no design or anything, just solid dark forest green. Basically, he just left the top right quarter of his face normal and the rest was all green. He had been immediately fired from his job the day after getting the tattoo. I kind of lost touch with him shortly after that, since he moved to another city. I'd heard he wound up living in his car. No idea why he did what he did. He'd had a very good job in it at a pretty big company and was making decent money. No clue why he thought permanently turning 3/4 of his face green would be super awesome. Edit. Okay, my inbox kind of exploded overnight. I have no idea why he got fired. It was about 15 years ago, and the company he worked for seemed pretty stuffy. For all I know, maybe he actually quit and just told us he got fired. Maybe he'd gone in and did something crazy/inappropriate that he neglected to mention. No clue. As for the tattoo artist, I have no idea who did it. Again, for all I know, he paid some meth head to do it. I don't have any tattoos myself, so I'm really not an expert on the topic. I've got to think there are some unscrupulous artists out there who don't give a shit as long as they're getting paid, though. I just witnessed an 18-year-old kid that nearly kill his 14 to 17-year-old friends going 70+ miles per hour running from a cop after fleeing an illegal burn. The driver lost control and crashed the car. The kid had the audacity to say, "I'm a minor, any charges won't stick." That cop hit him with 1 felony of reckless endangerment for each kid he hurt, a DUI, and several other charges. Given that the two 14-year-olds both stopped breathing on the way to the hospital, oh yeah, those charges are going to stick. The driver seemed to lack any remorse in the way he spoke of the event, but also had no idea that we had to resuscitate 2 of his friends halfway to the hospital. Initially, he was heard stating that his charges would be dropped due to his age, but I hope that changed as he learned the condition of his friends. From boozy Friday night party to near life-ending mistake in a matter of minutes. All the kids are healing well. Edited to add clarification on illegal burn. We can't have bonfires because cover destroyed firefighting resources and we simply cannot risk it. Also, I don't know how cops press charges, but they are involved in it in some way. Sorry, I don't know how that system works. I just put the band-aids on you when you get hurt. Edited again to add, as this has gained some traction, I would like to add that it was not my intent to imply that I wish the most extreme or most lax justice on this kid. I'm not the judge nor the jury, that's not my call. I simply put the band-aids on injured people. Part of my oath as an EMT is to provide unbiased care to all people that I serve regardless of the situation. However, I'm still human and must cope with intense and awful emotions from time to time from the nature of my work. This call hurt me, and perhaps that can be seen in the words I initially chose. Venting those emotions and resulting frustrations on sources like Reddit genuinely helps me cope with the things I see and do, as it is an easy way to throw out anger to evade source rather than harbor it and let it change me. However, it is always my highest priority to provide genuine compassion to all my patients in person, regardless of their role in the tragedy. I do believe there are worthy consequences for the driver's choices, but I also believe that all of the patients in that car were somebody's babies, and I think it is important to act on the latter belief as often as possible. We need more love in this world, especially now, and if for no other reason, selfishly, to remind me how important it is to always strive to be kind even when I'm hurt. Thanks for reading, Reddit. Worked in the German social welfare system Akasachbabita im Sozialamt. A client of mine said he thinks that my calculations would be wrong after his wife left him because he got not enough money. I asked him if he had any expenses I didn't know of. He was sure he gave me all informations. I asked him to bring me all his invoices, vouchers, receipts etc., which he did. A few days later I read all his papers and found a payslip that I didn't know of. According to my files he got social welfare at this time, and I had no information that he had a job with income, which would be social welfare fraud. I kept reading, and I found a so-called Versicherungspolice, a insurance policy for a 5er BMW. You should know that back in the day a car was a salvageable capital. He had to have his car sold to use that money for groceries etc. It was mid-90s, it's different now. Then I found the purchase contract for the car, expensive and with installment payments. Then I found the contract with the bank that gave him the loan for the car. So I called the bank and asked them why the hell they are giving a loan that big to a unemployed social welfare recipient. The woman from the bank began to panic because that's new information to her. And while she was trying to explain what happened, the loan had burst because my client didn't pay. I figured out that something is wrong with the payslip. You should know that in Germany, the 4-digit postal code including the sublocal code, like 1000 Berlin 44, was changed to a 5-digit postal code, 12345 Berlin, in 1993. The payslip was from 1995, but the postal code on that thing was from 1993. He forged the payslip to get the loan to get the car because his wife told him he needed a better car to keep her. So he did all this, but two bubble burst because he couldn't afford to pay the installments. And just because he asked me to recalculate him and brought all his informations without sorting them out properly, I was able to prove that he committed some felonies, which, by the way, doesn't mean that he ends up in jail or that he gets arrested etc. He told me the story. I said what I have to do now and what might happen in the next weeks. Both have been charged and convicted of social welfare fraud, insurance fraud, falsification of documents, and sneaking bank loans using fake income information. That's so sad. As someone who is purposefully not having kids because I don't want to pass on a genetic condition I have, it's both heartbreaking and rage-filling to hear that someone intentionally damaged the child they were bearing. I'd give anything to be well enough to have my own kids. That girl is straight trash. Edit. Thank you so much for all of the support. I greatly appreciate it, and it was a lovely thing to wake up to. I will definitely adopt. I have a lot of love to give. I'm still in the process of mourning the loss of never knowing what it would be like to have a child of my own. It's a beautiful thing to be able to create a living being. I discovered more about my condition this year, and that's when I made the decision. So it's a new thing. I have joint hypermobility. It's passed down from my mother and from her mother. Growing up I had hoped that I was a good generic upgrade and that it would overall help the human race. But I read more into it and learned that running, a basic survival method, just causes excess damage to the joints and makes the condition drastically worse. I was trying to get into running, but I couldn't find a solution to the searing pain that shoots up your legs when you run, even after buying shoes and arches from a professional. When you have this condition, your joints are all hypermobile, which means that your muscles have to keep your body together. But you have to be so careful, because heavy workouts make the condition even worse. What it means for them to be hypermobile is that the joints easily dislocate, and they can get overstretched, and will stay that way. Your body also pumps adrenaline to compensate for the stretched veins, so you can get adrenaline fatigue while you're just sitting on the couch watching TV. PDF: joint hypermobility and joint hypermobility syndrome. You basically just described my life except for the outcome. Was living at my mom's with my girlfriend when we were both 19, and meth addict's girlfriend told me that she wanted a baby because she knew I'd leave her one day and she wanted a part of me. Despite how crazy this sounds, it made perfect sense to me at the time. Fucking meth. Once she was pregnant, we told my mom, who we thought would be happy, and she was understandably horrified. I was there when my daughter was born, and the second I saw her face it changed me forever. She was so innocent and perfect, and I felt awful putting her in danger while she was developing. Girlfriend loved her, but did not change. 6 months later I was clean and had 50% custody. 1 year after that, full custody. I figured out how to market online for returnees, and since they get a ton of money per case, I made a lot. After getting burned by my employer, I started my own biz and began making 6 figures. Got my daughter and I our own place in an area with 9/10 Caste 8 ranked public schools. My ex has been going in and out of jail for years and hasn't seen her daughter for a year. I haven't touched meth since months after my daughter was born. Couple relapses. My daughter and I have a very close relationship. She is extremely smart, empathetic, and hardworking when I push her, which is always. My daughter is pretty popular and friendly, so kids have been at my place a lot for years. I'm pretty much always home. When they're here, they have to do homework and study at the same time my kid does, and I help them all. The neighborhood kids create a poster board on my birthdays with little notes from them telling me how much I mean to them. My sister's husband. First, this guy was completely worthless and a liar. You know how you can meet someone and instantly know, just by looking in his face, that he's scum? That was him. When I first met him, my sister moved in with him, got pregnant from him, married him. Almost 3 years ago they were still married and raising 2 daughters. They got evicted, but managed to somehow find a new place to move into. Amazing, given how most apartments will not rent to you if you've ever been evicted, and within 3 months they were getting evicted again. Now, he had a job when they were dating. At this point their oldest daughter is 15 years old, almost 16, and she has no memory of her dad ever having a job. His solution to avoiding eviction was to tell my sister to call everyone in her phone's contact list and beg for money while he did some black tar heroin and got drunk. Explains why they had no money for rent. She called our stepbrother's wife, a woman who makes well into the 6 figures. She could loan you $5,000 faster than a payday loan company. She and I get along great, but I'd never ask her for money. We aren't close enough for that, even though she'd probably be willing. She was willing to give them the money, no strings, no need to pay it back. Our stepmom told her not to do it. They are in this mess because of their bad choices and to let them figure out the solution on their own. Then stepmom called me and told me about my sister begging for money and not to loan 1 red cent. I bailed my sister out of jail the year before, and she didn't believe that she should pay me back the bail money. I learned not to give my sister any money. 2 hours later I was visiting the ER to see my sister. When the family refused to bail my sister and her family out of their situation, my sister's husband snapped. He beat my sister, choked her until she passed out. My sister says that she believed that she was going to die at that point, put her nose in his mouth, and ripped one nostril off her face. When the 15-year-old daughter saw this, she grabbed a sword and was going to kill him. He knocked the sword from her and choke-slammed her into the ground. He was arrested while yelling angrily and asking for someone, anyone, to kill him. He remained in jail until his trial. No one bailed him out. Some were willing to until they learned what he did. Then they decided that he was best left behind bars. The state, Texas, wanted 25 years for the savage, almost animalistic attack on my sister as well as the attack on the daughter. Since he had no prior arrests, he was sentenced to a 6-month boot camp-like program followed by parole upon successful completion of the program. He was also ordered to go through alcohol and drug counseling as well as anger management. Restraining order against him from my sister and their kids. Double felon, assault on his wife, assault on a minor who can't own any form of a weapon. On probation for like 10 years where, if he fucks up he can get his parole taken away and go back for the full 25 years. Not only can he not own a weapon, but there is random drug and alcohol testing. He has to pay for the testing, his monthly PO visits, pay child support, as well as restitution on top monthly bills such as rent and utilities. Every so often I search his name to see what pops up. He's been arrested a few more times. One was over the course of Thanksgiving the first year after he completed the program, and last year he was picked up for public intoxication and giving the arresting officer a false name. He hasn't paid any money in child support, nor has he made any effort to see he is allowed chaperoned visitation or even contact them. Direct contact is not allowed, but they can go through lawyers. I'm friends with a guy and through him knew his younger sister. Smart, pretty, cool. She was doing well in college. Meets a guy and decided to get married after a few weeks without telling anyone. So she moves in with him and all of a sudden he has too much back pain to work. So she's trying to take classes and support them both. He lays around all day smoking pot which she buys for his pain while she does school and waits tables all night. She also likes to party with him. It's revealed they've both been doing a lot of acid. She, of course, drops out of college a few credits short of graduating. By this point her parents and friends are begging her to come to her senses and take their help to get back and finish college. Invite both of them to move in and do all the drugs they want as long as she finishes school. Her and her husband decided the student loans plus both his and her car loans are too much, so they park the cars at the bank with notes in the windshield that they do not want them anymore and disappeared. They left a note for her parents that they were moving out west or to Mexico and haven't been heard from in over 15 years. My friend heard rumors that the guy was pimping his sister out at one point, but that was after they left that he heard. Too late to do anything. About 5 years ago he told me he thinks she's probably dead, but the parents are expecting her to come back any day now. The parents used to be joyous people. Edit. Since this is blowing up there's more context. She loved her parents so much and didn't want to go away to college. She commuted to a university in the city. She was a junior when she met him. We smoked weed and she always looked down on us for it. So her doing acid and weed and ecstasy all of the sudden was really shocking. The family wasn't very religious, but the husband got her obsessed with the Book of Revaluations, and one of the interactions I had with her we were all high, and she told me that the world was ending soon, and I needed to read Revaluations. They disappeared on purpose to get out of all the loan debt. It's believed that they changed identities. There's some confusion amongst the friend group if the guy was Mormon or not, but my closest friend is convinced she's living in a fundamentalist Mormon cult in northern Mexico, which he says is a thing. I agree with the brother that they both probably got into harder drugs and she's dead. There's addiction in the family and she went from not drinking to daily weed/acid/roll so quick, and moving away from family to pursue drugs is classic addict behavior. I had a friend, my old and first best friend in middle school. We were closer than my actual brother, and same for him. He was without a doubt my rock, and I was his. He was a very good and talented marching drummer/drummer in general. The dude was learning college licks and rudiment top tier in literal hours. It was faking insane. He got to play with UCLA and USC's drumline at 14, and didn't miss a beat with them. His mom unfortunately passed away when he was 15. He turned to heavy drugs, insane amount of drinking and faking anything that walked. I recently saw him in the beginning of March and I won't lie, I didn't even recognize him. It took me a solid 30 seconds to realize who it was that was calling my name. Extremely skinny, bags under eyes, greasy hair and dirty teeth. I felt faking terrible. I couldn't do anything. But what could I do? He ran away from home, dropped out of school, wasn't on any social media, had no contact with family and honestly, had no family at all besides his dad, aunt, two extremely distant cousins and a brother in the Marines. I haven't seen or heard from him since. He could have passed away, and I wouldn't have known. Where I live we have a lot of high schools very close to each other. I'm not sure if this is normal, but it is an important detail. To save time, I'll call my school S1 and the neighboring school S2. S2 got an anonymous tip that a student was planning to bomb the school the next day. Everyone that went to / worked at S2 got a day off. S1 however, was not closed. Some people complained that it wasn't fair, total bullshit, and that we should've gotten a day off as well. Fast forward to the next day at 5 AM. I got a text saying school would be closed that day. We were in the winter months, so a snow day wouldn't be unusual. I noticed there wasn't any snow, so I texted my friend asking if he knew anything about what was going on. He said no, so I went back to bed. Woke up a couple hours later with no follow-up text from the school, so I looked to see if there was anything about the closure on the news. Apparently a girl who went to my school, S1, had made an IG post saying they were gonna shoot up the lower commons the next day. She did this because she wanted a day off, and I really hope she enjoyed it, because that was the last time she'll be free for a very long time. She was charged with some kind of terrorism and sentenced to 20 years in prison. TLDR, girl threatens to shoot up the school, so we get a day off. Goes to prison for 20 years. Edit, grammar. Not a few seconds or minutes like some of these, and definitely not in as critical of a situation as some of the other stories. But my best friend growing up was not at all going to pursue more than a job he could get with only a high school education. He lucked out and found a job in a wholesale electrical parts warehouse. Turns out he has a natural affinity for driving big delivery trucks and maneuvering them into position better than anyone at the warehouse. He went from minimum wage to $16 an hour within 6 months. Then he was bumped up to an in-house position cutting wire, and that came with a massive raise to $23 an hour. He was slated to be promoted to one of 2 manager positions at the warehouse, which would have bumped him to $26 an hour, with a yearly raise of $2 until the ceiling of $30. Too bad he refused to give up smoking weed. I have nothing against drug use, but if you work at a place you feel connected to, as he did, and they have a no policy, it doesn't matter if it's legal or not legal. If you break policy they are going to find out and you're toast. It doesn't matter if you think it's dumb. If you care about your job, stop doing the thing that breaks policy. My buddy wasn't immediately fired when he was screened, but he was supposed to be, because he was one of their best employees and got along with everyone, because he always came to work prepared and early, didn't come to work high, or have any negative / noticeable habits that pointed to uncontrollable addiction in any regard. The owner of the company told him he would be randomly chosen in the next screening in plenty of time for his system to be clear. He failed that 1-2 and was given a 3rd chance anyway. And also failed that 1. Now he is the manager of a Taco Bell working for a salary that amounts to about $8 an hour, 12 hours a day, Monday, Friday. Which also means he is legally not paid overtime. Rates definitely not as dire as some of the other stories here, but he went from plans to buy his first new car and apply for a home loan to living in the small micro apartment in his mother's backyard, living paycheck to paycheck. It's been about 4 to 5 years since, and he's still at that Taco Bell. TLDR, best friend was given 3 chances to stop smoking weed at his $23 an hour job. He didn't even try. Now he works at Taco Bell 60 hours a week, not getting paid overtime, for about $8 an hour. A few years ago in the Navy, I was serving as the officer of the day for our shore command. This was basically night watchman. Shortly after working hours, Two young enlisted students came into the Master-at-Arms office, where I was hanging out with my counterpart, a chief. Test us right now, they said. We've been out in the car smoking pot all afternoon. We want out of the Navy, chief. Immediately replied, shut the fuck up and get out of here right now, and I'll forget this'll ever happened. Nope, we want out. We're high as kites and want a piss test after. We took the samples, sealed them, etc. We sat there with these kids while the Master-at-Arms did the final paperwork, and chief asked these kids, okay, what's the brilliant plan now? Well, now that I'm done with the Navy, I'm going to use my GI Bill to go back to college and be an engineer. Folks, being discharged for marijuana use is a dishonorable discharge, which means you don't get the GI Bill and instead have roughly the equivalent of a felony conviction on your record for life. I watched as the chief explained that fact, and the kid's eyes darted to the already sealed and signed for container of his urine that he could never get back. Watch the realization that he has just picked up a felony by choice when he had been offered every chance to walk away. While he realized that more than half his funding plan for college had just disappeared, along with his eligibility for lots of loan programs. That is a facial expression I will never forget. I had an internship last year where during our onboarding, the company brass took everyone out to a rented bar with 2 drink tokens per person. Most of us were college students, so you were sure to have at least a couple rambunctious types. The company warned us that, while we want you all to have fun, please remember to drink responsibly. People have ruined their internships with us in the past on this night. Most of us ended up having more than 2 drinks, but they had driven us there on coach buses, and they would return us to a nearby hotel afterwards, so we figured it was okay. Well, one guy definitely broke his personal limit, and what ensued was incredibly hard to watch. Point on the bus ride home, the kid started being obnoxiously loud. Then he stood up and started spouting off racist nonsense, something about a race war. Finally, the hour manager asked him very politely to sit down multiple times. This only pissed the kid off, who then threatened to punch the manager in the face. When we got back, the guy then tried to drive home drunk, while the hour manager frantically tried finding him at ED. I don't know whatever came of that kid, but I'm sure his internship was over after that weekend. It's crazy how you can watch someone totally throw away their career. Imagine having to go back home and try explaining to your parent/guardian why you're there and not at your assignment. I've told this story before, but I recently found out where the girl is now. I went to high school with a girl who got pregnant about halfway through my 11th grade year. At the time she was with a guy and the guy claimed that he was indeed the father. Fast forward a couple months into the pregnancy, and they break up, and the ex-boyfriend is now saying there's no way the kid is his, and that she was pregnant before they ever had sex. She refutes this, says it has to be his kid because there's been nobody else. She keeps trying to get the guy to admit that the kid is his, but eventually backs off because in a faked up turn of events she gets with her ex's cousin. The baby is born while she's still with cousin, and things seem to calm down until her and the cousin break up. She then starts claiming that the child is either her ex's and he should be paying child support, or that because she had been with the cousin he should support her and the child. She's so convinced that she decided to take them both to court. The court runs paternity tests on both men and determine that neither were the father, and as such should not have to support her. Because of all this, she lost a lot of money from court fees, is a single mother who last I heard wasn't with anybody, and currently works at McDonald's. This all spiraled over the course of about 1.5 to 2 years. Cocaine. I knew a couple who went from nothing to multi-millionaires and lost everything. Edit. The husband started a company from scratch and worked really hard to make it successful. I'm guessing at that time he was partying somewhat, but mostly just lived a normal life. I knew them then, but they never talked about their drinking or drugs side of life because I'm not into all of that, so it didn't come up in conversation. Gradually cocaine was being used more and more. He got nutty, she got snobby, but also really sick. That went on for years. She constantly had pneumonia. I was like, hey, you're really getting pneumonia a lot. The doctors need to find the root cause. You're too young for this to be happening. I didn't know what she was doing though. The wife is doing relatively well now from what I gather, but the husband is very much an addict. He looks very different, he's in and out of jail, he messages incoherent things randomly. It's very sad. Their whole story was so impressive until it unraveled. The last time I visited them, they lived in an apartment that was the most expensive place I had ever even visited, and it wasn't even the only property they owned. A beautiful friend I had, she took up with this good-looking charismatic guy. She changed almost immediately, became unreliable, started missing shifts at work. We had kind of drifted apart a bit because I hated her boyfriend. He was too smarmy smart as for me. My spider sense went into overdrive whenever he was around. He had started cutting her off from her friends. I went to see her one day after she had missed so many shifts at work. She was about to get fired. I lurked around until I was sure he wasn't there. Then I knocked on the door. When she answered, she was a mess. She stank of sweat, something I couldn't identify. I barged into her flat, was so shocked at what I saw. She was so skinny. Her once lovely place was a filthy shambles. Trash everywhere. Dirty clothes all over. I yelled at her, "What the fuck is going on? You're about to lose your job. You look like shit." She started crying. Her boyfriend had introduced her to heroin almost immediately. After they met, her life had spiraled out of control. She was addicted. He was pushing her to prostitution because he couldn't afford to pay for her habit anymore. She wasn't eating properly. Her diet was shit. She was risking her life because she was type 1 diabetic. I threw some clothes in a bag, dragged her out to my car. I took her straight to hospital. She was in for 3 weeks, detoxing while having her diabetes monitored, so she didn't get too sick. I brought her home to my place. She'd been evicted from hers for non-payment of rent. I was so naive. She promised to never see him again. I really thought that everything would be okay. 2 days later, I got home from work, found her dead on the bathroom floor. She died of an overdose. The needle was still in her arm. It was such a waste. My beautiful, vibrant, kind friend dead in less than 6 months after becoming a heroin addict. I didn't destroy my life, but I did lose a lot of money. To understand the story, you must understand that I was not getting my mail from the Pennsylvania Depot of Transportation because my physical address and post office were in 2 different zip codes. I notified them of this several times and they were not able to give me a solution. It started when I was pulled over in January. I let the citation sit on the counter for a couple months and forgot about it. I picked it up and realized what I had done and tried to pay the ticket. The online service wouldn't work and I could not connect to any live body or leave message with the county. I assumed there was a late fee, but I paid what was on the ticket because I didn't know what the cost was. I found out late that because I paid it late, there was a $25 late charge that was added, which I was unaware of. PENDOT suspended my license without notifying me. They tried, but I wasn't getting my mail from PENDOT because I didn't pay the $25 late fee. I never received notification of any of this and was pulled over about 6 months later. The officer had told me that my license was suspended and gave me a ticket for driving with a suspended license. I tried to plead innocent, but never got my summons because PENDOT couldn't get my mail to me. When all this went down, we discovered the problem and they assured me that they fixed it in their system and we would have no further problems anyway. The penalty for driving with a suspended license was a year suspension. I lost my license for a year for not paying $25. I racked up over $10,000 worth of hotel costs, fines, and Uber fees over the next year. Most people would have kept on driving and lost their license longer. Bottom line was not paying a $25 ticket costs me over $10,000 and a year's suspension. I contacted every state representative to try to fight it and had no success. My local rep even told me that the Pennsylvania Depot of Transportation is known for lying. There is more ridiculousness to the story, but it's probably not interesting enough for this thread anyway. Not seen personally, but saw on the news. Recently, an 18-year-old murdered his hookup because he found out she was trans. Shot her twice, then went back and shot her again. He's being held without bail. I'm personally glad he ruined his life and hope he never comes back from this edit, because u/monstrous for sure tried to claim the perpetrator was raped by the trans woman and was therefore rightfully murdered. Here's the actual incident, TLDR. 37-year-old Selena Rey Hernandez came home with 18-year-old Orlando Perez, where she told him she was transgender. Perez confessed to killing her because of this, because it made him mad as hell, and even returned to the scene after killing her to shoot her corpse again. He was allegedly smirking during his trial. No prior criminal record. She was murdered after verbally disclosing her sexuality, so they never even engaged in intercourse. Very obviously a transphobic hate crime. Not that any of this is required to debunk the horrifyingly brain-dead theory that not telling someone you're trans equates to rap and justifies murder. If you'd like to view that spectacle for yourself, feel free to go through the absolute clusterfuck of logic presented by the aforementioned user. That is, if a mod doesn't remove their comments for being the sewer scum that they are. Me having a seizure first day of a new job and shattered my left femur. Ended up getting kicked out of my rental 3 months after cause I couldn't pay rent. My ex-wife let me stay with her because it kept me in state and not homeless for our son's benefit, and I paid rent in the form of food stamps. As soon as she got my first full allotment she kicked me out. Had to ask my father for help to move back to Florida, where he wouldn't let me stay with him. Asked my mom if I could stay with her and her boyfriend. She said no. My last resort was my ex-girlfriend, and she had pity on me, so I've been staying with her. I've tried to work, but it hasn't panned out at any of the jobs I've had since. I've stayed for a few weeks, until I've had to quit due to pain, or gotten fired for not being able to perform. I started the disability process shortly after the seizure, and that's been going on for a year and a half now. I was supposed to have my hearing on May 18th. And I had a seizure the night before that caused me to re-break the same femur, and I found out I have early onset osteoporosis, being that I'm 38. So all of this has come down the pipe in the last year and a half, but it all turned at the drop of a dime when I had the first seizure. I've ruined my own life pretty well before. When I was 18. Basically my parents had recently divorced, and my father had moved away. I quickly moved out of my mother's as soon as I had a job that could cover rent, and I had enough for a bond. Being Mr. Popular, I started having massive parties in my flat, got pretty sucked into the life and thought it would be badass to unofficially make my slogan "Fuck it cool," right? To cut the story short, I started just not paying my rent and bills, spending money on nice clothes, drugs, alcohol. The whole time I was neglecting my family life. Stopped talking to mom and dad. Managed to work up quite a debt and owing local drug dealers quite a bit of money. Eventually my boss got sick of me turning up for work late and high. It did get pretty ridiculous considering having a line of cocaine was something I did after brushing my teeth before leaving for work to help counter me having not slept the night before. And one day I popped out to pick up some weed and returned to find the locks changed on my flat door. All of my belongings were in there. All my clothes, a £2,000 gaming rig, a lot of stuff with emotional value as well as actual value, my phone. The entire situation was faked because I literally didn't know what to do. I had no job, no phone, nowhere to live, and only the clothes on my back. I walked to my mother's house to find she wasn't there and basically just broke in through a slightly open window and lay on the carpet crying. Turned out she had gone on a 6-month holiday to the US. Anyway, so I lived off just eating my mother's food and had a few changes of clothes in the attic. Eventually worked up the courage to see if I could break into the flat and try get some of my stuff. Managed to climb up the drain pipe and found the entire flat empty apart from my large, low to the ground bed. And to my luck, my phone was still under my pillow. So I got out, headed down to the bank, and withdrew my last £40 and cancelled my card, ordering a new one to my mother's address. It was on my way back to my mother's I met an old friend from school who invited me for a drink and a game of pool. I accepted, if anything, just to take my mind off it all. Anyway, he asked how I was and kind of very casually explained how faked I was. He very kindly offered for me to take a spare room at his place if I could find a job, and as long as I started paying back the drug dealers, so we didn't have people smashing in the front door. I nodded slowly and turned to the woman behind the bar, asking if they were hiring. And after a brief conversation, the woman took me into the back room and had me sign a contract. Point today, I have my own house, a mortgage, a good job, a girlfriend of 5 years and a 1-year-old child. All my debts paid, and haven't touched drugs for about 7 years and drink very rarely, and have started reconnecting with my family. Point. No matter how deep a hole you dig for yourself, you can always fix it. Big brother had great grades. Top 2 percentile in SAT, would normally give you access to become a doctor like our mom. Very shy and kind guy. Point. But in high school, his teacher for a obligatory course told him to hand in an assignment before the end of the semester. He skipped it because he had done very well on the tests, so he thought he was fine, even though the teacher warned him. Point. He got an F in only that course that was obligatory, which meant he couldn't attend college. He spiraled into depression from loneliness when he lost his friends that all started college. Remember, extremely shy guy. He has been unemployed basically his whole life after that. 40 years old now. He doesn't do drugs, doesn't game, just spends time on books, Reddit, and being miserable and ashamed. Our parents tried both the carrot and the stick. The depression from loneliness changed him from a normal introvert into an extreme introvert that can at most talk 20 minutes. Sitting with him is fine though. What should have been a small bump in the road cost him everything. If he had done 2 hours of homework, I'm 100% sure he would just followed his friends and would have become a programmer. I know it sounds like he is a lazy prick, but the shame and depression that he has is something I've never seen in anyone. We pretty much had the same personality and his IQ was higher. But I went to an elite college that I could only motivate myself to finish because of friends that suffered with me by my side. Just dumb luck on my part and ill luck on his. In summary, never underestimate friendship and the effect of loneliness, and even the smallest of bumps can be catastrophic if you don't take depression and massive amounts of shame seriously. My mother's death. She made all the wrong decisions that led to her passing. Point. She had abdominoplasty in a foreign country. After the procedure was complete, she discharged herself against medical advice and did not take any blood thinner medication to avoid blood clots. She just left. She was wheeled to an airport and she lied to members of staff that her surgery was just laser, so they let her onto the plane. It takes 4 to 6 weeks to fully recover. She up and left within days. About a week or so later she started feeling unwell and her surgery started infecting. She visited the doctor in her home country and she lied to him about the procedure she had, and he did not examine properly, so he gave her the wrong medication. Point. Because of her not taking her post-op medicine and taking wrong prescribed medication, along with immediately going into a flight, she died. She died from a blood clot in the heart. She was digging her own grave with every action she made. I've seen people quickly ruin their life by posting a controversial meme or making a racist comment. But my mother's demise really tops off the quickest way an individual has absolutely destroyed their life. New guy came to our school in Australia from New Zealand, and I don't know why, but I always was that guy to make friends with the new person, because starting at a new school could be tough for some people. We hung out and introduced him to my friend group, but the Islanders, Polynesians, at my school always got up to mischief like smoking cigarettes, weed and skipping school as normal kids that rebel do. He started hanging out with them, and I had no problems with it because he got along with them well. But he was a sweet guy and would always say hi to me and my friends when we'd see him. Point. The last time I saw him, I was at a pub and he was proper hammered, and I told him if he needed a lift home to come find me and I'll take him home, and he agreed. Then it gets late and on the drive home and see a wicked car crash, but didn't think much of it. Next morning I hear from my friend that he stole a car, tried to drunk drive home, and a cop tried to pull him over, but he ignored the cop, which led to a cop chase, and he ended up wrapping his car around a tree and later died in hospital while holding his mother's hand. He was 19 years old. Point. I don't blame anyone for his death, and I will always remember that time he asked me about the crew, Islanders, that he ended up hanging out with, as when he decided that would be the path he took, and how just like that, he sealed his destiny. I regularly drive past where he had that accident that led to his death, and it always reminds me a small choice can go so far. Not nearly as bad as some of the things I've read in this thread, but back in high school I dated a girl who turned out to be batshit crazy. We broke up. I found out that she had cheated on me with at least 2 people, maybe more. She ends up getting one of the guys she cheated on me with on the hook. They date for a while. He starts to get sick of her shit and is considering leaving, so she stops taking her birth control without telling him, in a deliberate attempt to trap him with a baby. Long story cut very short, she got pregnant on prom night. Failed all her classes, didn't graduate high school, and the poor bastard that knocked her up was given an ultimatum by his very conservative Catholic family: he could propose in 2 months or less, or he could be disowned. Both parties were 18 at the time. She was a high school dropout, and I believe he didn't go to college, so he could work and support her, and the kid haven't seen or heard from either in years. Hope the kid and dad are doing okay. The dad was a decent human, and obviously the kid didn't do anything wrong. Not about to look them up, though I have no desire to peek into Pandora's box of nutso with the mom. There was this girl I went to high school with. She was a freshman. While I was a junior, she and her boyfriend broke up one day and he took it well and moved on. Not started dating someone else, moved on, but accepted that they were broken up and no longer together. Now obviously this was the wrong thing to do. In retaliation to her boyfriend being mature about their breakup, she posted a video of her having sex with him on her social media and sent it to everyone in the school, including the principal and superintendent. Her boyfriend had no idea that she had a video of them, and he was just as surprised as everyone else. Anyway, after all that, she went on an all men are pigs crusade and started to talk shit about everyone who had a dick in the school. I had maybe said 3 words to her the entire time she was at the school, and she spread rumors that I was a pedophile and a rapist. Some other guys got much worse rumors spread about them. I had no friends at the time, so I had absolutely no way of defending myself, so I just had to suffer through it because people believed her. This is also the same school that voted me most likely to be a school shooter until some kid actually threatened to do it. Needless to say, she's pretty faked for the rest of her life. She's hot, so even though she has a well-documented history of crazy, she still gets her daily 3-course meal of dick whenever she wants. Job-wise, no one will hire her, so she just sucks dick and does whatever sexual favors she can to make rent. She had no reason to do what she did. The only one she hurt was herself because everyone supported her boyfriend. After that point, I saw her again one day when one of my friends brought her to a smoke sesh I was having. She showed up acting like she never did anything to the guys there, expecting to smoke my weed in my own house. We booted that friend pretty quickly after that, and last I heard he got exactly what was coming to him after she pulled some shit on him. I was in a pretty prestigious college program with some dedicated and motivated peers. One student faked up really badly. He was treasurer of his fraternity, specifically for his chapter, but there's chapters nationwide. It came out late junior year that he had embezzled I think 10 grand from the chapter. No idea what he did with it. He ended up returning it with interest, so he didn't get charged, which would have been a felony for the amount. The school didn't do anything as technically Greek life wasn't run through them, but somehow still a part of campus life, and they had an office with other student orgs. So technically, because it was an off-campus association, they couldn't expel him, especially because he wasn't charged. But he left school as soon as possible when this came out. Stepped down as treasurer, I think voluntarily left the chapter, and finished the semester remotely. He had also just won the election for student body president and forfeited that position. Didn't come back to school for senior year, and I'm not sure he finished his degree. He immediately got rid of his social media accounts, but later came back with a different name, so I'm not sure what happened, but he looked happy. Thing was, he ruined his chances at a really good career in our field. He would have done well as he was already doing well in our program. I guess it's not a super big fuck up as he voluntarily left his positions, and I think the frat didn't press charges to save his sorry ass. He had his whole life ahead of him at 20 over 21, but he still ruined his chances for other things elsewhere. It's bound to come up in his future and get him real good. Guy I was dating at the time, when I was 17, decided to pick me my friend up drunk in his Firebird late at night. He decided to take back roads with no street lights that were winding, covered in trees. Friend in the back taps me on the shoulder, tells me to put my seatbelt on because he's now speeding, not listening to ya tell him to slow down. He's scaring the shit out of us. I'm almost in tears. We end up fishtailing, flipping 4 times, sliding on the roof of the Firebird full speed, until we hit a guardrail, flip back over, spin out. I look over in the driver's seat, his body is limp halfway in the back seat. He's covered in blood, won't wake up. I thought he was dead. It's deadly silent out, we're in the middle of nowhere. Some people come running out of the house, call the cops, the ambulance comes to pick him up. They get him on a stretcher, he's in out of consciousness. Today he's got permanent screws plates in the face. He was so handsome before the accident. After that he became a wreck, gained weight, didn't care about himself at all. The last I saw him, he was full-blown alcoholic, messy as ever, still living at home with his parents in the attic, didn't have a job. He's in his 30s. Cops said we all should've died that night. It's a miracle we didn't. It took me about 7 years to trust anyone else to drive me around. Not so fast, but shit went down really quick at one point. This story is a bit long. Had a friend since elementary school. He was the class clown. He was also not very smart, but he was great with people and super funny. I remember he came from a home with an absent dad, a neglectful mother, an older sister and a younger half-brother out of wedlock. His mother would usually arrive late from work and go on dates with several guys. He was alone with this younger brother most of the day. In junior high, his sister got pregnant from a guy who dumped her, so she got back together with a pothead ex-boyfriend, who swore he would take care of the baby. My friend was extremely sad and things in his house seemed to be spiraling out of control. His mother and sister were fighting, and she kicked her daughter out of the house. My friend was sadder than ever. He would start crying if someone asked about how his sister was doing. He also started drinking at age 14. We graduate from junior high, and I lost contact with him. Next thing I know from mutual friends, he got into drugs really quickly and was constantly failing and getting expelled from at least 3 schools due to his low grades. He never made it past second semester. Now this is where things start getting faked up real quick. He drops out and gets into really hard drugs. His mom and his girlfriend convince him to go into rehab. Mind you, rehab in some centers in Mexico can be very tough and borderline torture. He goes to rehab, but the damage to his brain is done. He loses track of a conversation as he is having it and forgets things said a minute earlier. He seems absent-minded most of the time and reacts/talked slowly. Out of rehab, he gets his girlfriend pregnant and his mother kicks him out of his house. He has no studies, permanent drug damage and no house. He lives with his girlfriend's family for a bit. The baby is born. Since he can get no job because he didn't finish high school, he starts working as an Uber and earning few money. He relapses and starts doing mild drugs. His younger brother finds him doing drugs and tells his girlfriend. His girlfriend gives him an ultimatum: either he quits drugs or he loses custody of their child. He promises to sober up, but fails, and last I knew, his now ex-girlfriend was about to take him to court to take his custody. In a span of less than 3 years, my friend threw his life away. TLDR, childhood friend becomes a meth head, has a baby, relapses and loses custody of his daughter, all from ages 17 to 20. Meth. I'm gay and it is super prevalent in our corner of the world. I'm not adverse to drugs, in moderation. I eat THC/CBD edibles a couple of times a week, and I'm okay with that, because it doesn't fuck up my life. I don't mind if you have a wild weekend with your friends and snort some coke, or whatever. But again, in moderation. I'm currently going through a divorce which has been absolutely heartbreaking and horrible in so many ways. My husband decided to dabble in meth. Then the dabbling became a problem, and a problem really fast. Then the lies started. Then money was always missing. Then the weirdness. I guess I should have been smarter. He started seeming sketchy all the time. He would unscrew light bulbs and then lie about why. All sorts of weird shit like that. I cashed out my retirement to send him to Betty Ford thinking that was the answer. Nope. Point. Now I live a life where I live at my sister's house, which I'm grateful for, but sucks because I don't feel like my own independent man. I do this because I had to get out while I try and get through strapped finances, especially during COVID. I came to a very tearful decision where I finally realized I couldn't fix him, and I don't want to be there when he overdoses and dies, because I think that is where this is going, because he went from snorting to smoking, and now shooting it up. Point. I also can't deal with all the lies. The other thing that is crazy is I married young. He is 28 and I'm 40. When we got married he looked so young. Now he looks much older than me. Much older than me. I work in construction, mostly larger commercial sites. The rigger on my old site wasn't the smartest guy ever, and we didn't get along, but he was competent. Point. Even though it was only a V6, and not even a classic, he was in love with his Mustang convertible. It was all we ever talked about, except for his two other favorite things, which were smoking pot and having sex with prostitutes. I got the impression he went for the higher quality ones. Not the life for me, but he's at work every day and doing his job. This is back before the Great Recession, when there was tons of work and tons of easy credit. He was offered a line of credit, possibly from the bank, but I don't know for sure. He had never had a line of credit before and gave it lots of thought. In the end he went for it. $20,000 I'm told. Point. I don't know who talked him into it, but he decided to upgrade from smoking pot to using cocaine with the money from his line of credit. Within a few days he's missing work here and there and not fit to do his job when he does show up. There is only one rigger on a site this size, and it's non-stop all day. It was only a week before he lost his position. He was demoted to laborer, which would be a noteworthy cut in pay and a huge loss of prestige, which I think mattered to him. Point. A few weeks later his Mustang is sold, and he's driving around in a busted up old minivan. I saw him driving it, and there were rumors he was living in it. Point. A few weeks later he's fired. He just doesn't show up to work very much, and is doing a terrible job while he's there. In the coming weeks there were rumors that he was giving blue jobs at the park for drug money. I have no idea if that was true, but I know people do some pretty crazy stuff when they're addicted. Point. He eventually got it under control enough to return to work, but he died from an overdue of cocaine tainted with fentanyl, which there was a lot of at the time. Point. With no friends or family, the foreman of the site he was on had to claim his body, and I think that is the saddest part of this story. This almost happened to me. When I was around 13 I was bullied regularly in school. I was a big kid, almost 6 foot already, and had ASD, so I was a prime target I guess. This school was pretty shit about dealing with bullies, the kind of place that tells you to shake and make up, or that it must have been both sides at fault during a fight. Point. Anyway, after having this kid sitting behind me whispering abuse to me all class, when we let out he ran up behind me and slapped the back of my head. I responded by grabbing him as he tried to run away and proceeded to nearly kill him. At the time, I was honestly trying to. I'd broken a rib, his arm, 2 of my fingers, and given him a concussion before the teachers showed up to pull me off. This was in the middle of a busy corridor, to show how much the staff here cared. Anyway, kid's parents tried to press charges. Police were called in the next day, school staff all saying that it was an unprovoked attack, because fuck me I guess. Luckily the officer thought to ask some of the other kids about what happened. This bully had been tormenting so many other people with his gang, had stolen from and beaten up at least 5 other kids who would be willing to testify, that the police went back to kids' parents and said if you press charges, we'll press charges back. And as they were a rich family who didn't want their precious child in a scandal they backed down. I left that school very soon after, took tests locally, after teaching myself at home and now have a comfortable government job. P.S. I know this a mess to read, sorry. Kid I knew since early elementary school. We'll call him Gary. I never was all that close to Gary. Was always misbehaving in and out of class, but in the kid's way of misbehaving. Disrespect, dirty jokes. Hell, I could probably add a bit of bullying, but I didn't know him well enough to confirm this. Basically, never enough to put him in any serious trouble, but he definitely got some punishments from the school teachers and after school counselors. A good sized chunk of the other kids thought of him as a class clown. Others saw an annoying brat that never got the punishment he deserved. Come middle school, and he took up vaping. He wasn't the brightest kid, but he knew well enough not to puff smoke in front of any school officials. Only did it in the bathroom and outside of school. Even from elementary, he wasn't always hanging with what you'd call good kids, but at this point, he probably lost everyone who could be considered one. Just him and the kids who were able to put up with him. So, fast forward, it's the night before we all move on to high school. Up until this point, I was always in the same school as him, but we ended up in different high schools. Looking back, he didn't seem like he'd end up doing anything serious, aside from the vaping. I'm not trying to downplay that. He was just a bit of a goofy troublemaker. About halfway through freshman year, that goofy troublemaker was being sent off to juvie. I think that's how you spell it, for possession of drugs. I heard the story from my mom, who didn't mention if the drugs were the vape he carried, or some other substance. Still probably in juvie. This happened not too long ago. Definitely screwed up the rest of his life going forward. Last year we were preparing to go to a world camp in the United States. Everything was planned. We were a group of 40 people and each of us had been saving almost 2 full years to go to this camp. Overall, we had the first meetings among the 40 and we became friends with each other. There was this guy who had become the friendliest of the entire group. We all had a great time with him, and he told us that he had worked 2 full years with his father. He was just 18 years old to get the money for the camp. His entire family was very proud of him, and he was fulfilling his grandfather's dream, going to an international camp. A week before camp, the boy decided to celebrate with his friends and they planned to go to the park to smoke weed. They found other guys in the park, and because of the moment they invited them to smoke. After a few hours, one of these guys went home, and his mother caught him high, called the police, and they caught my friend. It turns out that the boys who met in the park were minors. In addition, my friend was still in the uniform of the group with which we were going to make the trip. To make the story a little shorter, my friend had to pay a huge fine for possession of illegal narcotics, for having promoted the consumption in minors, and for using drugs in a public place. And if that were not enough, the police contacted the group with which we would travel and made him unable to travel to the camp. They expelled him from the group forever, and he could not recover any of the money he had spent on the trip and in the camp, since everything was paid and registered. In short, my friend and his family had spent years saving, and were excited to fulfill that dream, and in one day everything was lost due to the excitement of the moment. Lesson: don't get carried away by the excitement of the moment. Sorry if there are grammar mistakes. English is not my primary language. A few of you have mentioned your drug issues and mistakes you've made. Some of you are still working on your issues. In my mid-20s, I had a great job tending bar at a very popular beach bar. Made great cash, had great friends, was getting numbers from pretty girls constantly, rented a cottage that was behind my mother's beach house from my mother. One night after work, I went back to an acquaintance's place to smoke some weed. Turned out, he had crack in the pipe. It was the most amazing high I'd ever had. Within 3 months, I'd lost my job, most of my friends, no girl would talk to me. Within another couple, I'd alienated most of my family, and my mother evicted me. I was down to skin and bones. I'd sold off almost everything I had, and I was an errand boy for the local crack dealers, to have a hint of a rock. They took great joy in humiliating me in any way they could. The last day, before I had to vacate, I had one last set of friends that took me in. All of my possessions essentially had to fit in my car. I don't know if you've lived in a beach town, but when I was there, in the wintertime, there are no jobs. There is no money. I eventually had to drive 30 to 45 minutes to work at a Burger King. I had scored high enough on my SATs to not have to take freshman English in college. Missed the same with math by 10 points, and I was begging to get a job at Burger King. I had a rough few years after that. Poverty, immense debt, poor choices in my early 20s, and I was about 20k behind on taxes, in addition to legal fees for various moving violations. I still ended up spending a week in jail before getting bailed out, again, moving and court violations, as I was trying to make a life for myself. More of my 20s were spent in a shitty place than enjoying them. I'm in my late 40s now. I have a 3-letter job title with the letter C in front of it. I own a 3,500 square foot house. I take my wonderful daughter to see a couple new countries every year. The success I have today, I have because of my failure. It sucked. Life was hard, but I was able to survive. What I learned from that was the confidence to make decisions, the confidence to try new things, because I made about the worst decision I could make, and I lived. It was hard work to get out of the hole I dug myself, and I had help, obviously, but don't let the dark days consume you. Keep hope alive, and don't settle for what life gives you. Find a way to make your own path. A guy I knew in school was really smart, had great prospects, and overall was a great guy. He met a girl, and she got pregnant pretty soon after. It all went downhill from there. He started missing classes, wouldn't respond to messages, flaked on social gatherings. We thought it was commitment to his growing family, but it soon became apparent that the girl was abusing him mentally, using the baby as leverage, and playing on his fears of potentially losing his child. He slowly drove him insane. It all came to a head when I heard he finally lost it and hit her. She went straight to the police and totally faked up his future. However, that's not where it ends. A few years later in our local paper there was a story about a suicide in the woods near our home. Turned out he'd killed himself. About 6 months after I got talking to an old friend who knew him also. This friend's dad was a police officer in the area, and in conversation about the suicide came up. Turns out he'd handcuffed himself to a tree and threw away the key and took a ton of drugs. The drugs didn't work, and it seems he had a change of heart. They found his arm worn to the bone, teeth marks and scratches all over him. He died of exposure. I went to school with a beautiful girl. Most American Idol fans would know who I'm talking about. Everyone else can Google the girl I'm talking about, but I'll tell my story first before names. I went to grade school with her, and she was always outgoing and popular. In high school, she was one of the most stunningly beautiful girls I've seen throughout my life. She went to a different high school than I, but we were friends on Facebook at the time. She was a junior, I believe, and I remember thinking how I envied her life, friends, parties, her fun personality. She was engaged to be married and posted the video of her adorable fiancé popping the question while she was at work at Starbucks. She was driving home one night and hydroplaned into a telephone pole. I believe alcohol was involved. Now she is wheelchair bound, one eye is drooped shut, and has difficulty talking. You would not recognize her as the same person unless you were her close friends or family. She lives with her family, whom she depends on to care for her for a lot of things. Her fiancé stuck by her a little while, and she was still in love with him, still wore the engagement ring for a long time. Perhaps even still, but he eventually moved after his music blew up in another country. He was engaged, probably married by now, and has a child. I still see the dramatic, devastating, life-altering change all these years later, and would see all of her posts tagging her fiancé. A few years later, he moved to Sweden, and she would count down the days until he would return to visit in Facebook posts. But eventually he moved on. To lose your fiancé like that, by your side and eventually drifting apart while you watched. It seems like even friendship is lost between them, and it's devastating to think about how that must feel. So, American Idol fans certainly know who I'm talking about. Juliana. She was Chris Medina's fiancé. Chris took her on American Idol and stood in front of the judges and said, "What kind of man would I be if I left her now?" Steven Tyler gave her a kiss. Most saw the moment and have long forgot about it. I saw it as it happened, and as the years have gone by, and watched that man eventually leave her. Tragic. My uncle. First, some background. My uncle is a wealthy man. He is single with no kids, so he has quite a bit of money to spare. His life savings is around 250k. Not sure. No loans, not bad for a 42-year-old man. So there is a casino in Melbourne, Australia called Crown. It's pretty popular. We went there for the all-you-can-eat buffet. He noticed the slot machines and table games. So he went over there. Me and my brother were at the table when this happened, but he bought 205k worth of chips. He went to the blackjack table to play. According to him, He had experience, so he kept playing. He lost quite a lot of times, but he was so determined to win he kept playing. The money he spent was nowhere near his winnings. He was at a loss of 116k at this point. We were unaware of this, so we couldn't stop him. It was like he was possessed. He wouldn't stop spending. By this time we were heading out. He came with his own car, so he stayed behind. When we went home the next day he knocked on our door and asked to speak with my dad. According to my dad, he lost all his life savings gambling. He asked for a loan from him, but my dad refused, knowing he would most likely spend it gambling. A few weeks passed and we hadn't heard from him since my dad told me he took a loan from the bank to try to get a handle on his life back. That is why never gamble without a trusted friend or family member with you to make sure you're not going overboard. Long before the internet, a friend of mine from high school during the summer after graduation used to take his motorcycle out late at night and speed when the roads were all clear. The guy never did drugs and understood engines better than anyone in this city. He had a promising career as an auto mechanic, as the mechanics in town would call this guy, and during elementary school, to solve problems they couldn't figure out. He was out speeding one night through a 2-lane road that bisected a golf course. There was a fence on either side of the road, so there was no place for cops to hide a speed trap, so he stepped on it. Kids used to aim the sprinklers from the golf course onto the road to hit passing cars, and the road was wet when he hit a slight S-curve doing about 80 miles per hour in a 45 zone at 4 am. He lays the bike down and he and the bike are sliding down the road, now in the wrong lane of traffic due to the S-curve, when he sees a car coming the other way and pushes himself back into his lane, according to a driver behind him. The driver coming the other way sees the light from the motorcycle in the opposite lane on the 2-lane road, and because there's a fence on the side of the road, moves into the opposite lane of traffic to avoid the motorcycle and slams into him. He dressed in black and going about 60 miles per hour by this point, and she heading the other way at 45. Never saw him and just destroys him. One of his friends from high school had just gotten a job as an EMT and had to pull his license off of his unrecognizable body and just lost it. The deceased was about 10 minutes from home, so he lost everything in 10 minutes. 1979. Never saw the space shuttle, a personal computer, Apple computer, iPhone, iPad or the internet. All because he was speeding, and some kids thought it would be funny to aim the big golf course sprinklers at the road. So this isn't as bad as the alcohol, drugs, suicide, ECT point stories, but I'm still mad thinking about it. My nerdy friend, Brian, has ADHD and was always a bit quirky. We've been friends since elementary school, so I know him very well. He calls me his sister. He's an only child. Good guy though, just naive and easily influenced. He finally started dating again after some really horrible relationships and met Katie online. They quickly marry. He proceeded to join some weird ultra-orthodox Christian church/cult where they shared all their worldly possessions to be closer to God. His house literally had a table, 2 chairs, a bed, and a Jesus altar. Nothing else, not even carpet, because that was too much of a distraction. After a few years in the cult they lose their apartment because the cult demanded heavy tithing, so they run out of money. Brian becomes a truck driver and Katie goes to live with her parents while he trains up. Brian comes home and rents an apartment. Find out that Katie has been faking a job and refuses to move into the new apartment with him. He finds out she's been lying about being married as well and hitting on other men online. They separate. He comes to me for support, and Katie proceeds to turn his immediate family and church against him. She lies and says she's pregnant, which is quickly disproven. Believing her over a doctor, they pressure him back into the marriage. They get counseling. Couple years later, they finally have a kid. Brian's a successful long-haul truck driver. They left the cult, and he's been collecting little things that make him happy and that he wants to share with his kid someday. LOTR sword, Legos, ECT, nothing huge. Brian comes home after a few weeks driving to find Katie has thrown out everything he personally owns. Every single one of his possessions, including school yearbooks and family mementos. Why? Because she didn't like them, and they were collecting dust. Finds out random guys have been coming by the house to take her out. He digs deeper. Turns out she's been lying to people again, saying he's abusive, or trying to lure men online, telling them the kid isn't even hers. This time his parents side with him when they separate, shuts her out of the bank account, then he comes to visit and get emotional support from me again. I and a few of his other friends make it well known how supportive we are of his divorce. Katie is pissed to have lost his money and her control. She proceeds to call and turn his extended family against him, right before he can file for divorce. Extended family pressure his parents into caving. They proceed to pressure Brian to get back with Katie, whom had been making up sob stories to manipulate his family. He's cheating on her. More crocodile tears. Against his better judgment and our pleading, he gets back with her again. More counseling, forced to quit social media, where he keeps on contact with his childhood friends and shares his only hobby, photography, whereas she still has an active profile on multiple sites. He loses all his friends because they can no longer take his BS. He's barred from talking to anyone of the opposite gender. His family constantly criticizes him for nearly divorcing her twice and have threatened to disown him if it happens again. Lost his standing in church. He lost his job, and now he's completely isolated with her manipulations. It's not likely he'll get another chance to leave her, and he won't have anyone to support him if there is a next time. It's really sad. This happened around 4 years ago. This guy in my primary school lived next to a girl in his class who had a big end of primary school sleepover. They started poking fun at each other across this fence that they couldn't see each other across. Eventually the girls started throwing rocks and the kid responded and accidentally hit a girl and gave her a tiny gash on her lip. Some of the girls who always disliked the guy enemy appreciate and went on the class Snapchat group and demonized him. Before long everyone started bullying this kid and some threatened to come to his house and beat him up. This kid was introverted, having been abused by a babysitter for months as a small child and had just started reaching out and trying to make friends. The whole thing was exposed but nothing was done as the other kids were all popular and well liked. It broke the kid. Fast forward and we're now in secondary school and the kid is 15. He's got no friends and constantly gets teased for being introverted and a bit smart. He hates himself and who he is and lives every day under dark clouds. The kids who did it to him told kids coming into secondary from other schools a skewed version of events, and as a result only 10 of the 200 kids in his year even bear to have him around. At home his parents favor his sporty and athletic siblings and berate him for not exercising enough, not playing sports, spending all his time in his room reading and playing video games, and when he doesn't get above 85 in his school tests, the kid can't do anything about it. That kid is me. My mother and father-in-law had my husband when they were 16 years old. My mother-in-law was immediately motivated to get a life together for her son's sake, worked full-time, and studied to become a nurse and support her family. She has become very successful, but while she was studying her partner abused drugs and alcohol and then became very abusive. It ruined their relationship. She ended up having to go into hiding with her son for a good year before they got a divorce. Because of the drug and alcohol abuse he wasn't allowed to see his son, my husband, and it impeded their relationship. Ever since. My mother-in-law has since remarried to a wonderful man, has had 2 more children, and is very happy. My father-in-law however, had multiple relationships, none stuck, but has settled with a woman he's not really in love with, and has 2 more kids who have severe autism. Because of his past mistake with his first son, he wants to do the right thing with his 2 other kids, but you can see he's really struggling. He attempted suicide maybe 5 years back but obviously still has issues. He calls my husband maybe once a year drunk asking for a relationship again, apologizing relentlessly, but never follows through. Just goes to show how 2 people can respond to the same life-changing moment. Sadly, I've been watching my father ruin his life for the past year. My family suspected that he had a drinking problem for a while. He would always claim that he was tired from work, but there's a clear difference between someone who is tired and someone that is blackout drunk. Well, last year while out on a work assignment, he wrecked his rented truck at 5 AM blowing right at a .3 back. He quickly lost his very lucrative career, but we stood with him and got him into rehab. He gets out of rehab and, a month later, totals his personal car on a neighbor's mailbox. That's DUI number 2, and he loses a job that hired him after his career job, one that pays much less, but was still in his market, and one that would cover my parents' lifestyle. After that, he didn't even care about appearing functional, much less trying to get better. About a year later, and my dad is living with his parents, where he is suffering from various medical issues. He quickly got to the point where he was drinking at least a pint of vodka a day and was physically and mentally abusive to everyone in the family. My mom filed for divorce after the 4th stint in a rehab ended with her picking him up from the facility and the facility explaining that they can't help someone that doesn't want help. My wife and I won't see him or allow him to see his grandchild because he tried to physically fight me the last time I was around him drunk. I know it's not as bad as almost all of the stories here, but it just sucked to see my dad, someone who I looked up to and thought was a model person, throw everything in his life away for vodka. Wife's stepbrother kid never had the best home life. Parents divorced. His dad was never around because he loved driving truck more than he loved being around his kid's stepbrother. Had been in trouble when he was a teen, usual fighting and such. Wasn't really bright, but nice enough kid. Things got really bad in high school when he moved in with his older brother. Just stopped going to school 3 weeks or so from graduation. I know you're thinking he didn't ruin his life in one moment, but just wait. At about 20 he finally realizes that being barely employed without even a job wasn't going to lead to a success life, and didn't really impress the ladies. He had gotten a decent job as a welder. I think he was even planning to go for his JED. I don't know all the details, because although I will help anyone if they need it, I don't waste time on people who don't want to help themselves. I guess I'm a dick that way. Anyhow, the kid was finally seeming to turn his life around. Except nobody knew he had a growing gambling problem. Finally one day he blew his entire paycheck on lottery tickets about 4 hours after he got paid. He freaked out because there was no way he could pay his bills. Somehow he got the brilliant idea to rob a liquor store. That one moment ruined everything. He robbed a liquor store wearing a work shirt with his name on it. Now he's awaiting trial for felony robbery. More than likely he'll never get a good job, and women aren't usually impressed with men who lack prospects. He's 21 and addiction ruined his life. A man currently serving life in prison, named Charles Couch, decided to take the local police on a high-speed chase to avoid being served a warrant for some non-violent offenses. He took them off US 19 into a neighborhood, at which time the local sheriff commanded Deputy Holt's house, who was in pursuit, to stop the pursuit due to the danger to civilians in the neighborhood. Deputy Holt's house did not stop his pursuit as commanded and chased Charles Couch at 70 miles per hour around a 15 miles per hour corner in front of the fire station park on Homosassa Trail, a public park where families are out playing every day. Charles Couch slammed headfirst at 70 miles per hour into my wife's parents traveling 15 miles per hour. Charles Couch got out and ran on a broken hip, but was quickly apprehended. Both my in-laws were airlifted to the local hospital. One passed away, the other survives with a broken spine and 24/7 daily help. So in that day a man with a non-violent warrant took actions that resulted in him spending the rest of his life in jail with no chance of parole, repeat offender status, a family member murdered, and another left maimed, a deputy being investigated, and a police department being sued. All because Charles Couch didn't want to face accountability for much lesser crimes. The amount of time this multiple life-ruining event required to take place was about 3 minutes. This happened while I was in high school. Two seniors, we'll call Adam and Eve, were dating and liked messing around, but didn't have much of a chance to get handsy till one night the stars aligned. Eve's parents were out of town to attend a convention for a couple of days and left Eve home to watch the house. One of those nights, Adam's parents decide to have a long date night. So Adam decided he would sneak out in his car after his parents left, breaking curfew, just to go have fun with Eve. After doing the dirty for a while, Adam starts to get nervous since it's getting close to his curfew. I think it was about 10:30 p.m. curfew, and insists on leaving early, even though his parents won't be home till midnight. Eve tries to reassure him, but Adam starts panicking when he gets a text from his parents saying they are on their way home. So Adam blows off Eve to leave, but promises to text her when he's home. So Eve lets him go and waits. Eventually, half an hour goes by when Adam lives only 10 to 15 minutes away by car and Eve gets worried. She gets in her car and starts driving down the street and towards a very sharp curve where she saw the EMTs and police point. Adam had sped down the residential roads to try and get home quickly and so fast on that sharp curve that his car flipped and hit a telephone pole, killing him on the scene. Eve still blames herself for all this and failed out of college and is not functioning. Adam's mom was also devastated enough that I heard she resigned because she couldn't work anymore. Many years ago, a friend moved to Las Vegas. Several months after moving, he called me asking for money, not to be bailed out, but as an investment opportunity. He said he would take $5k and turn into $10k in a week. He explained the details, which I explain below. It was sketchy as hell. I turned him down, pleaded with him not to invest anything in this scam. We hung up. He called another friend of ours, who happened to be sitting next to me at the exact moment. He asked him for $5k and gave him the same story and proposition. This friend also told him not to do it. Fast forward a week later. This friend called back saying he was scammed out of $55k and was stuck in ATL and can't get home. How was he able to raise $55k? Well, he had some cash in the bank and then maximumed out credit cards on a cash advance, borrowed money from other friends, lied to his parents about buying a car, but just took their money into the scam. He had to call his parents back and tell them what happened to then only borrow more money to get back to Vegas, pack his sheet, and come back home. He ended up filing bankruptcy, I think. Apparently he met a con artist that told him he was going to pick up a large amount of high-end merchandise, clothes, watches, jewelry, etc. Then they were going to turn around and sell it wholesale and double their money. This friend was asked to rent a high-end car for appearances, and they drove from Vegas to ATL, got a high-end hotel room, which friend paid for, and the guy took all the cash, actual cash, and skipped town. He was told to wait in the hotel for a few hours before calling. So this con artist had a solid few hours head start. Of course, my friend never found the guy again. From the start he used a fake name and this orchestrated story with fake people, etc. He spent years trying to find this guy, even went back to Vegas a few times to talk to people who were with this guy when they met. Didn't get anywhere. Didn't get his money back and apparently didn't learn his lesson. About 10 years ago, this same friend was planning to start a business in a third world country in South America because labor was cheap. He said this time he was asked to invest about 20k. I said again it was a bad idea and I disagree with the entire thing. That was the last time I spoke to him. From what I hear he's back home after that business didn't pan out. Strangely enough. Best friend during my high school years went to a different school than me. I went to public schools, and he went to the rich kids' private Catholic prep school. His parents were fairly well off. Beer drinking started by our sophomore year in high school. The beer drinking turned to hard liquor by our senior year. He moved off to college to be an engineer like his dad. In college, he became the raging alcoholic frat boy. Discovered pot in college and turned into an alcoholic stoner frat boy. Got absolutely sheet-faced plastered one night and broke out multiple windows in his dorm building on campus. Got kicked out of school and banned from all state colleges and universities. Still an alcoholic, but no longer a frat boy. He discovered cocaine. Went to work for his dad at the engineering firm, but ended up getting fired by his dad for coming into the office stoned and non-functioning. Got a girl pregnant and ended up marrying her. Gets another job at a local telemarketing place. Still an alcoholic stoner and spiraling downward. Wife leaves him and he discovered heroin. Lost his job, lost his wife, lost his kids, and ended up a homeless junkie on the streets. Parents paid for rehab, but he always went back to his heroin demon. His mom called me last year to tell me he had passed away. Got a hold of a dirty needle and contracted hepatitis. Still addicted to heroin and struggling with alcoholism. His organs began shutting down one by one until he died. I went to his funeral, and it was the first time I had laid eyes on him in 10 years. I did not recognize the frail, skinny, weak, homeless man in the box as my old best friend. He had so much, and was given the opportunity to be set for life. Private education, paid for college, set up to take over his dad's firm. He had a job, a beautiful wife and 2 kids, and he threw it all away with an addiction to alcohol and drugs. One kid in my school was extremely racist. He was white, but said the most terrible things ever. He acted like he was black, and got super pissed when someone told him no, or denied anything from him. Yes, he would say the N-word constantly. So me and him actually got into an argument at lunch. We were yelling at each other. While I said small curse words like hell, or damn, he made it a point to scream every curse word in existence. He even had the audacity to persuade me to kill myself. His reason was we've been enemies for years, and I'm a tomboy, so he started to scream at me, then he started to yell the N-word. What didn't he know was the vice principal was approaching from behind and heard him saying all those awful things. This was the last straw for him, and he was kicked out of the school. He had gotten into so much trouble many times. Literally, the entire school was happy. He was so racist and cruel, the whole school knew his name. Most of the school started to forget about him, but those who had encounters with him will remember him for a long time. It isn't as extreme as the other ones, but I felt like it would maybe fit under here. He couldn't really go to any other school as he didn't have the money. 2 girls that go to, or I guess went to, the high school I graduated from in 2015. The girls, very privileged white girls, are juniors in high school who had posted a racist video on TikTok a year or so ago where they are singing along to a song that goes, "I don't like niggas." It resurfaced recently, as a black classmate of Fizz exposed them for being racist. Of course one of the girls, Ellie, tried to apologize, all while calling the girl who exposed them whitewashed and the whitest black person, because she happens to come from a wealthy family. Then Ellie claimed she supported the black community. Anyway, Ellie no longer went to the school when this happened, about when people started protesting, but Ally, the other girl, was expelled. Ellie was also dropped from her modeling agency. It's sad to see that they ruined their lives, and also chances of getting into FIDM, which they were both planning on attending, with one 10-second TikTok. But still, good riddance. They deserve the punishment they're getting. Sorry for formatting, by the way, I'm on mobile, TLDR. 2 girls from my old HS ruined their lives with one 10-second racist TikTok. There was a girl in my high school, known as a hot girl, and for good reason, because she was smoking hot. She was also really sweet, and at parties she would be the wildest one. Well, one night after driving home from a night out she got into an argument with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend, her friend and another friend were all bundled in the backseat. The car was actively moving. She got so upset that she decided to jump out of the window. She was sitting on her boyfriend's lap. I don't know what she thought she was doing, or what she thought would happen. I assume she thought she would jump out and roll somewhere. What ended up happening was she jumped out, got swept under the car, and got trampled by the back tires. The car stops and everyone gets out and see her. She was slowly dying. The beach driver was scared because she was speeding and they were all underage and drunk, so she left the scene. The rest of her friends stayed with her until the end. The incident happened in front of a Shell gas station directly across from the entrance of my high school. I remember getting a call the morning after from one of the friends in the vehicle and I couldn't believe it. The life of the party was gone and my other friend killed her and left her to die. It's always the people you least expect. She was only 15. R.I.P. Lilies. An old friend of mine, for 20 plus years, got addicted to hash a while back. He started using way too much money on it, stopped paying bills and rent to buy more hash. Some of his friends that hung out at his place all the time only came over to smoke my friend's stuff, were never there when he was out of hash, never pitched in, so he was also supplying his stoner bum friends. He ended up getting kicked out of school because he was always high and either didn't show up or didn't do his schoolwork. He was on his way to becoming a social worker, something he wanted for a long time, cause he loved helping people. He started getting a form of credit with his dealers, people you don't want to miss payments with, so was basically loaning money from drug dealers, on top of loaning from friends etc. The bill collectors and the dealers soon started coming for their money. If he had just stopped buying so much hash, he would have been able to pay his stuff off, since he had a decent part-time job. He got desperate for money, and had a very bad idea. To add some background info, we had an acquaintance who had been in and out of prison for a lot of small stuff, small sentences, and was a known crook. This guy, I'll call him Joe, started extorting people for money. He would threaten people with violence to get them to pay him money to leave them alone. Joe was good at finding weak people with a lot of money, who were usually too scared to do anything, neither standing up to Joe or calling the police. Until he took it too far. He was extorting this poor guy that had eventually given him all his savings to stay safe, but he ran out of money to pay Joe, so out of fear for his well-being he contacted the police, who started an investigation. The police quickly gathered evidence on at least 3 people Joe was extorting who were willing to work with them. They started surveillance and put microphones in the scared guy's apartment to get Joe on tape threatening the guy. Well, Joe was also an idiot and would brag about how easy he was getting money from these people, and he told my friend about it, which gave him the very bad idea. My friend knew the guy who had given all his savings to Joe, think they had gone to middle school together, and decided to get some money to help pay off his mounting debt. So he went over to the guy's apartment and threatened him, told him Joe had sent him to collect, and if he didn't pay, Joe was coming for him. This was all recorded on tape and upgraded the crime to something a lot more serious, since it looked like Joe was now sending people to do his dirty work. I don't remember what the actual charges were, but it had something to do with organizing crime, gang stuff. My friend didn't even get any money out of it, but was soon after charged with a serious crime. The cops showed up a couple of days after and arrested my friend at his apartment. He made Joe's case a lot worse too, so Joe got thrown in prison for a few years. My friend ended up doing 9 months. He lost his job and his apartment, plus everything he owned in the apartment, his TV, PS3, clothes, furniture, everything. My friend never recovered from it. After he got out, 7+ years ago, he couldn't keep a job or an apartment. Ended up sofa surfing. Tried moving to another city to start over, ended up homeless again, kept getting thrown out of apartments for not paying rent, got into huge fights with his family, and he cut ties with them for not giving him monetary handouts. He was still addicted to hash. He started to take advantage of all of his friends, taking as much as he could from them, overstaying his welcome, constantly asking for handouts, even stealing, until they got fed up that he would act offended and cut ties with them. Would stay in shelters, but would often get thrown out for inappropriate behavior. He ended up moving back to my area, but traded his hash addiction for alcoholism. I've constantly kept in touch all this time, and have tried to help him all I could, but at some point he became self-destructive, and wouldn't listen to reason, and has been at rock bottom for some time. I see him around once or twice a week, always drunk, dirty AF, looking real unhealthy. He's gained a bad reputation and has been thrown out of stores and restaurants for bad behavior. He seems like he has just accepted his situation and has no ambition or plans to change his life. I feel bad, but he won't accept help besides cash and feel helpless to do anything. He went from starting school to being arrested in less than a year. I had a friend at university. I lived with him. He failed the first year of as he had a gaming addiction. His life revolved around COD. At the end of first year he smashed his Xbox and vowed never again. His aunt and uncle worried about his behavior and asked me to contact them if I had any worries. In second year he decided to study a new subject and the first couple weeks went by like normal student life. I bought a PS4 and he decided to do the same. My housemates and I warned him against it, but he got very angry and upset, telling us we are not his parents. His mother was institutionalized by psychiatric hospitals and his father wanted nothing to do with her/him. At that point we felt bad for him, so we let him continue. But the PS4 turned into a gaming laptop, a streaming setup, a mic, etc. He spent all his money on the setup. He stopped going to uni. I called his aunt and uncle and they were afraid this might happen, They came to see him, and he cursed at them, and kicked them out of the house, and wouldn't speak to any of us for literally weeks. He would sleep all day and only leave his room between 2 AM and 5 AM to use the toilet, and eat food. During this time he was clearly malodorous. He was not washing, and was not going to uni. He had been to one lecture at the beginning of the year. I remember clearly seeing him one day in the kitchen, and he was eating a tin of baked beans. I asked him about things, and he said he was fine. He was not fine. Turns out he was only eating one tin of beans per day as he had no money, and was afraid of getting fat, and wanted to have a slim figure to meet girls. End of the year rolls around. He is terrified. He hasn't revised or learned anything. He scrambles to try and learn a module, but ultimately decided to sleep through all his exams. When the year ended, he went home to his aunt and uncle. After checking PlayStation online, he stopped signing back in. After he moved back, I saw a picture of him recently. He is skeletal, like proper Christian Bale machinist. He hasn't spoke to any one of us since he left Point. That was 5 years ago, and as far as I can tell from Facebook, he isn't doing well at all. A girl I semi-dated for about a month. It wasn't a serious dating relationship. Maybe 5 to 6 group and single hangouts over a month period. She became tangentially associated with my friend group, and that is how we originally met. She was mid-20, about 3 years out of a divorce, and had 2 kids, 7 and 9. When we met, she was in pretty stable spot. Good job. Been in stable housing for about 1.5 years. Consistent on working out and keeping up with herself. Was about 3 semesters from getting her undergraduate degree. No previous history of anything seriously bad that I could sense. I was kind of impressed how much this girl had it together. She seemed to fit in well with my group of friends because everyone had jobs, financial stability, etc. Since she was married and had kids young, she didn't have much social life in her early adult years and early 20s. She was now starting to meet people, and she was going more than she had before. I guess she didn't know how to stop. We would hang out for a few hours, whether it was on a weekend or weekday, and she would go out with some group of her friends nearly every time afterwards. She seriously went from 0 to 100 so fast. I was kind of taken aback. I was already leaning towards ending it with her when she went out on a Friday night, got hammered and called and asked me to pick her and her friends up from a club. No problem. I took them home and then took her home. 2 hours later, when I wake up to a snap of her drinking Bloody Marys with another group of friends. She literally got dropped off and then immediately went out again. The next week she went on a trip to Mexico with some other group. It kind of gave me a window to stop interacting with her at that point. Nothing bad personality wise, just wasn't my scene to be going out that much. About a week after she gets back, my friend that was co-worker of her says that she's been laid off because she didn't let them know she would be gone for a week. A couple weeks later, she calls me asking for money because she can't pay rent. I helped her out, but asked my friends to chip in, so it looks like it is a help from friends thing and not me individually financially supporting her. A few days after that, she calls asking for more money. I decline. About a month later, she calls. I'm a lawyer for context here, and says CPS is investigating her and that her ex is now seeking custody of her kids. I give her some names for referrals and leave it. A few months later, I get a call from CPS asking if I could submit to a paternity test. Apparently, she a few months pregnant and has named me as a potential father of this child. I politely decline as I never slept with her, thank God. That was my last personal interaction with her. Circumstances, but from just courtroom chatter, I understand she did lose custody of her kids, has some meth head baby daddy, and is struggling with employment, housing, and suspected drug use. It was sad. She was well on her way to doing great things, but she couldn't adjust to having a social life. A guy in our town was driving home one lunchtime near Christmas a couple of years back. Weather was dreadful. Visibility was awful. He overtook a string of cars on the wrong side of the road at speeds of well over 100 miles per hour, pulled back into early, clipping the back of a small Peugeot being driven by an 8.5-month pregnant schoolteacher. He was driving a Porsche Cayenne. The impact was such that she was thrown into the middle of the road. Paramedics were there almost immediately because they were on their way to another call very nearby. They couldn't save her. So they performed an emergency C-section on the road, but couldn't save her son either. Absolutely devastating and completely avoidable. The driver from my town lost an arm at the scene and was airlifted to hospital. His family made the decision to turn off his life support when it became clear he was unlikely to make any kind of recovery. He was a successful, wealthy man, apparently with a happy marriage and 3 adult kids who adored him, and grandchildren who thought he was the best thing since sliced bread. He ruined all of their lives that day, as well as obviously that of the family, friends, and students of the teacher who just looked like one of life's shining lights. In the photos in the papers there is dashcam footage, linked below, of him overtaking the other vehicles, but not of the crash itself. It's appalling. Such a selfish sheet, in a hurry, thought he knew best, and was a great driver. He was clearly loved by his family, but he essentially drove a tank into an ordinary car at crazy speed. In some ways I wish he'd survived, so he could have been punished. The double white lines in the middle of the road mean overtaking is prohibited. He ignored those as well as the speed limit. Fentanyl. I might be spelling it wrong, but that stuff is worse than that PCP stuff from what I've seen. Davey was convinced he was Jesus, had such a psychotic break he was convinced the doctors cut his wings off and gave him drugs to suck out his holiness. His girlfriend who was pregnant got an abortion. He thought she murdered the next Messiah. This all happened in 3 months. He was a caring, great person, loved soccer additionally, no blame to the people I've lost, lack of mental health care. The man that drove me 2 hours to a reputable hospital while I was in labor was a diagnosed schizophrenic, multiple personality disorder. He tried applying for disability to help cover the meds he needed to stay stable. Denied. He ended up turning to research psychedelic drugs to stop the voices so he could work his full-time job. He overdosed a month before he was going to start university for engineering and design. He was so talented and kind. I've lost so many people through the cracks. It's just a terrible system. Again, I don't hold this against them. I'm a recovering oxy addict, been clean for I think like 6 years now. I know my start date, but I stopped keeping track. I don't crave it when I'm scared or stressed anymore. So, to summarize my comments, drugs. I've lost more people to addiction than I have fingers and toes. Dude who was a great artist, got into chemistry, and earned a full ride scholarship for it. Learned how to make pure amphetamine, and started using it, and then selling it. Last I heard, he'd gotten off the streets, but another kid I grew up with who graduated high school at 14, and went to college at 15. Middle of his PhD work, at 17, no less. He has been using school resources to manufacture lysergic acid ethylamide and freaks all the way out and goes to the church where he'd played organ for 12 years and set himself on fire like a Buddhist monk. Gasoline and all. He's recovered since then and just plays and composes liturgical music. My ex-wife had to take meds for epilepsy, which changed the serotonin levels, and she started going bonkers. At one point, she left her then husband by taking all their money an hour before he got off work and leaving their baby in the crib. She drove across the country from the Oregon coast to New York City, and he locked their bank account, leaving her with only cash. She arrived and discovered that the people waiting for her there were liars, and she had no place to stay, and she tried to commit suicide. She got locked up in a mental health facility for 8 months, and when she got out, she tried to move to a fishing town in California to become a serious rap star, where she was attacked by her boyfriend, and he tried to throw her unconscious body in the bay. She eventually was confined to her mother's house and got help. She's mostly functioning, but can't live on her own. I could go on, but I really can't. I've seen the fast fall too many times. Not truly life ruining, but about 2 months ago I got a new downstairs neighbor. Long story short, she thought she was entitled to perfect silence in a middle floor wood frame apartment and started pounding on our door to beach us out, pounding on the ceiling, and then filing false police reports against us, none of which were confirmed by responding officers, just because she could hear our footsteps. So, we adopted the policy of don't give her anything she can use against us, but mail her every single time she screws up. 2 months of confirmed complaints and some carefully worded emails to management later. She has an eviction notice on her door. Bye, beach. I try to be personable with all my neighbors, and for the most part they've been good people. But she decided to start a war she was utterly unprepared to wage. She destroyed her own credibility with the false reports and documented harassment, while we reinforced ours with the confirmed reports and the fact that we'd been here for nearly 6 years versus just a few weeks for her. She didn't know the ins and outs of working the system because she hadn't been here long enough. Also, on Monday a friend of mine posted a real nice racist rant on Facebook. I've known her 20 years, never had a clue as to her prejudices. I do know that she never liked my mixed race husband, but I'm an adult. It didn't bother me because you don't have to like everyone. Never suspected she was racist at all. Basically what she posted was a cut and paste, share if you agree type thing about how foreigners are Satan's spawn, how they can definitely follow their own customs, but as long as they don't do it in public or outwardly show any signs they are different, that's okay because we are faking British and we don't want that here. I questioned the post, then went on my own rant about how everyone was so full of we must absolutely not stand here and let people be racists. If you see racism you have to call it out, but in practice, everyone keeps quiet if it's someone they know. A few people checked out what she said and were all as shocked as I was. Someone even suggested she might have been hacked because it was so out of the blue. The kicker here is that she runs a pretty successful hotel. She relies on foreigners to make her money. She employs a lot of immigrants, as most of these Calkins do, because they're cheaper. Easy to put up with them if they're helping. Line your pockets anyway. What's today? Friday. The post was been removed on Tuesday, but not before it was up for 12 hours. Her Facebook page has been set to private, and the hotel page has either been deleted or renamed because I can't find it for the life of me. And it faking serves her right. Had a pretty good friend from high school and me and our gang of friends were tight. We are low maintenance and we just chill at diners as hanging out. Friend of mine has issues trying to impress people and controlling his money. When he went to uni, he made a new bunch of friends who were cooler. Trying to live up to that lifestyle by partying all the time cost him a lot. He was moving between jobs for always missing or being late. He lost us as his friends because he would treat us only as hos ATM to ask for cash. Ain't cool showing your cool friends you do not have money. Us being good friends, we lend money without a heartbeat. Until once he visited my friend's dental clinic for an expensive treatment. Seeing this guy, my dentist friend didn't take a deposit. Now mind you, my friend works for someone else, so it isn't his business. After the treatment, this friend's card doesn't work. And it had been like that for 2 months, where he didn't pay back until his brother was contacted. At that point he didn't have a job for 3 months. It was sad seeing someone's inability to control their spending and need to be cool make them spiral. Haven't spoken to him much since, but he seems to have turned his life around after meeting a girl. Just hope this time it sticks for all that he has done. I will always cherish the friendship we had and just feel sad that it isn't the same anymore. It sucks that money affects friendships. Quite fresh one cause it happened this March. My dad was working at the company that builds windmill components and together with my mom helps out many refugees to find their way around in the country by sorting out legal stuff, etc. work included. So he dragged at least bunch of guys into working with him. They all doing pretty good, and one day 3 of them including him decided to go out for a smoke in work. So they hid behind a mill component and smoked a cig. Their boss found out and immediately fired them all. Shouldn't have done it as he must make a warnings first. And then there was the 4th guy who asked my dad what happened. And after a short story he pointed a middle finger to the boss and just took off with them. The 4th guy thought he has nothing else to do in here cause he just lost the job, so he might as well just get back to home country, so he grabbed his girlfriend and drove back the same day. It was a hit and run on a German motorway. He saw a guy cutting his road and wanted to avoid the crash. They rolled a bit and the force threw him out of the car because he hadn't had his seatbelts on. His girlfriend didn't survive and hit a tree with his head and died 5 days later in the hospital, being in a coma all time, but his girlfriend said he reacted on her voice. The driver that caused accident was never found, and I still have the dude's lighter. Even though he hadn't smoked that day, my dad just had this on him and just decides to give it to me. Working on a largish mine in third world country. Expat. Not a bad place but very remote. Some can do expat without a worry. Me. Some go to pieces when removed a long way and perceived lack of consequences from home life. Very occasionally some spontaneously combust. Point: this story is about the record holder for a SponCom, as agreed by those in witness, our much liked and admired Asset Protection Superintendent, XNZDF, a level-headed, funny and talented professional decides he's had enough and leaves. Short while later, his replacement is announced. Ex-UKDF, ADF, decorated, slit pro apparently, turns up on site after onboarding. First day, gets trundled around for meet back quote and greets. They bring him over to the underground office. Immediately he sets off telling us what a legend he is, how he's gonna whip these Stone Age nationals into shape, with plenty of said nationals standing around. Temperature drops noticeably. We're all suitably impressed and decide he's a flogger and won't last too long. Jump forward to end of the day. Dinner is done. We are in the wet mess and the flogger gets pissy early on, downing safaris at a rapid pace. Easy to do, but they weigh in at 5.5%. He decides hectoring people in a loud voice is the way to conduct himself. He hits on a young national lady, a jeer. She is horrified. We are aghast. Fratting is a strict no-no. Stumbling now, out of control and abusing some raise-bore contractors. My good friend, Klaus, a large ruineck, very polite but very deliberate, says I will save this fool from his fate, goes over and tries his best, but the flogger pretty much tells him to fuck off. Meathead point: Klaus comes back, doesn't say a word. Another beer later I head for my room and turn in point next day. In mess for breakfast, we are told that Asset Protection were called to a disturbance in camp last night after the wet mess closed. Seems the flogger managed to throw himself off a roof several times or something like that. His head was all busted up, broken ribs, teeth missing, unconscious, drunk, and somehow had pissed all over himself from head to foot. He was packed off, medevac, contract torn up, a record. On site less than 24 hours later that morning I observed to Klaus that he must have banged his hand on something. You split a knuckle there on that big ham fist, Klaus. You need to be more careful, my boy. Oh, says Klaus, so I have, now that you mention it, and he gives me that enormous sweet smile he has. Started smoking weed early in high school. I think I was depressed back then, and when I first started smoking it made me feel normal, which was awesome. Point: by the time I graduated I was big into the rave and festival scene and all the goodies that come with it. I was selling weed, LSD, hash, molly etc. Got a scholarship somehow for graphic design to a pretty nice private school. Point: could not handle the stress of school. Started drinking and smoking every day before and after class. Eventually stopped going to class to drink and smoke, then party on the weekends, or go off from festival to festival over the summer. Eventually my GPA dropped below the 3.0 needed to keep my scholarship. Point: fast forward to leaving school. I didn't want to move back in with my parents, so move in with my girlfriend, who lives by herself in the middle of nowhere. Things are kinda cool for like a week, but I start noticing she has some strange habits. Eventually realize she's doing heroin again. Heroin is really expensive. Turns out she's been selling her body to pay for it. She would have guys sneak in while I was sleeping and fuck them for like $100, then go cop dope for the next day. Point: so I wake up one morning, she's gone. I smoke a bowl and lay back down in bed. Knock at the door. It's the cops. Do you know? Insert girl's name. Well, yeah, see, your neighbor's car is missing and the footprints in the snow lead from this house to your neighbor's car. Try calling her for the cops, but can't find my phone. Beach stole my phone. Lived there for a while until I got in touch with my old friends who basically dragged Mars out to that house. One friend let me live with her for free until I got a job. Other friend used to pick me up every morning 8 a.m. sharp to go work with his uncle roofing. By the end of the summer I had a decent chunk of change, but I was still drinking and started doing coke a lot with my new old friends. Met a new girl, fell in love, moved in with her. My life was better, but for whatever reason I kept drinking, smoking, partying. I did deliver pizza for a job at this point. Picked up a DUI which I don't remember, and 13k in fines. That's when things started to change. Got a job at that little pizza place working the register for 2 weeks, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. each day. Rode my bike hour and a half each way to work those 3 hours day for 2 weeks. When they offered me the cook position, they would train me and everything. Learned in and out of kitchen and met some great guys there who taught me a lot about work ethic. They were Guatemalan immigrants and told me how lucky I was to be born in America and that I just needed to put in the work. Got in an argument with the boss over him cutting everyone's Christmas bonus without telling us. Most of the dollar sign was sent to their families back home. Started working at Five Guys. Boss loved me, made me a manager. Transferred stores a couple times and my first boss calls me back. He needs help. Show up to work and my boss and his boss are sitting at a table in the lobby. They ask me to come over. My boss shakes my hand and says it was nice working with you. His boss asks me to sit down and says, so you want to run the store? I said hell yes, I will do whatever it takes, you have my word. Months go by. My store is now top 10 in our district. The DM loves me. Franchise CEO loves me. They close the store as it had secretly been planned out for about a year in advance. Sia visits me, tells me I'm good. H3 wants me to work at their busier location as the GM, says if I can fix it up like I did this location I would be worth my weight in gold. End up taking the job and bringing my best crew with me. Take that store and get it to #4 in the district based on sales, cust experience / complaints and some other metrics. But I hate my new direct supervisor. She micromanages and she is a bully. One day I stand up to her and tell her she needs to treat me with basic respect. Next meeting we have and her boss comes up and says he needs to talk to me one-on-one. I sit with him and explain my thought process and how my new boss makes everyone's jobs harder. He surprisingly tells me I know what I'm talking about and tells me to avoid texting my boss so it's not on record. Just call her and tell her how you feel. Let me know if she gives you trouble. So fast forward about a year, my store is the golden child of the company. We score 100% on all our food audits, 100 on secret shops. Sales are up 25% and half micro felons from the halfway house down the street. Big boss comes in again, tells me to sit down with him. He asks if I want to be the area manager. I tell him I have been wanting it since the last time I sat down with him. Get the job. 50k/year plus up to 15k bonus based on performance. Gas insurance covered. Everything turned around when I started working hard and dedicated myself to work. No matter where you work, Burger King, Five Guys, Walmart, there is always a way to dig yourself out. Did I get lucky? Hell yeah. But luck only helps. It's the pluck that makes luck. Anyway, that's all for now. Gotta head out early and get to my stores. I like getting in and working with the low-level employees. If they remind me of me, I tell them my story and that it can happen to them. Family member, 30F, had a husband, house and 3 beautiful kids. Lives in a town with extended family on both sides, so has babysitting help and a support group. One summer invites a friend's brother who is down on his luck to sleep on their couch for a while. Fast forward to her and deadbeat getting hit by a drunk driver early one morning. She gets checked out at the hospital to find she has a brain tumor. B is pregnant with deadbeat's kid. Over the course of the summer, she leaves her family to live with deadbeat in a trailer with no running water. Lets deadbeat convince her that everyone in her life except him is toxic and out to get them, and drives away any friends or family that try to help her. That fall she has the baby, gets addicted to meth and heroin, finds out she can't get the tumor removed until she can prove she's off drugs, accuses every male in her family of molesting her daughters in an effort to get her other kids back, has CPS called on her and her new baby taken away as it tested positive for meth, eventually stops trying to get that baby back when she gets pregnant again and flees to another state with deadbeat. It took about a year for her to burn almost every bridge she'd built in her life and trap herself with only an abusive deadbeat boyfriend to lean on. At this point, we know that she had the other kid, but she's gone no contact, so we have no idea how they are all doing, or if she's still on drugs and exposing the new baby to them. I mostly worry about the new baby, but I worry about her too, since I'm sure if she wanted out she feels like there's no way back anymore, even though her family would help her if she called. One of my best friends has faked up his life once again. He was finally debt free after years of paying it off, but is back in the sheet. He has already been taken advantage of before. Because of his trusting nature. He went on a holiday to Spain and met the love of his life. As soon as she came back with him to our home country, she became extremely controlling and started to ruin his life. Of course everyone warned him about her, but he wouldn't hear any of it. She made him break contact with his family because his family didn't accept her. He and his brothers were extremely close, but he didn't see them anymore. He was no longer allowed to have girls' numbers in his phone or on Facebook, and she was always accusing him of cheating. She was lying about her life. She said her father was connected to organized crime, friends with celebs, had a brain tumor, and many more crazy stories. Of course all lies. She controlled his finances completely. She started threatening female friends and his brothers. After 3 weeks she didn't want to live at his place. She forced him to move to a neighboring country. At this point only his best friend and his mom still had his number. She has successfully severed all ties. So I didn't even know he moved until a friend told me. When they arrived in that country she would still accuse him of cheating and started destroying his stuff with a big kitchen knife. She slashed the couch his parents had given him. His painting given to him by his brothers was destroyed, and his passport, so he couldn't leave. She also threatened to stab him and physically locked him in a room several times. She also caused problems with his work, which he lost due to her bullshit. All the while the friend that was still in contact was sold that they were happy, while other friends including me got really worried about him. He had hidden some money and 3 phone numbers in his shoe and managed to escape with a bag of clothing and found a way through the border, which was closed due to corona. He is now back in debt. 30k, lost his job, lost his house, lost all his stuff besides some clothes, and lost his trust in love. Really sucks to see him back in this situation again. This story didn't happen to somebody I know, but this incident is quite well known in Germany. In 1997 a Philharmonic orchestra from Berlin visited Tel Aviv. One evening one of the orchestra's double bass players, Jerdry Inc., got really drunk, and at the end of the evening, when he was supposed to pay the bill, he just signed it with the name Adolf Hitler and said, "Adolf Hitler will pay your bills." The next day the incident was reported in Israel and in Germany. It caused one of the worst diplomatic crises ever between Israel and Germany. Israel's president, Germany's Minister of Foreign Affairs and Berlin's mayor gave long statements about the situation. The other orchestra players disowned him. He was fired the next day and lost his teaching assignment at a renowned conservatory. Several Holocaust survivors demonstrated against him. He never had the opportunity to play in an orchestra. Before the incident several pieces for double bass were devoted to him, but he never ever got the opportunity to play them. He received multiple death threats and had to leave Berlin. Allegedly he wasn't even anti-Semitic or right-wing, just very drunk. Don't know what to think of that though. When I was in middle school I used to walk my 2 little cousins to school since they had just moved up the street. I would go in the morning to pick them up at their house, walk the younger one to the elementary school, then her brother and I would walk to middle school. One morning I go knock on their door and nobody answered, which was kind of weird since my uncle usually was home. I knocked again, no answer. So I opened the door to find my uncle hunched over the sink digging a screwdriver into his forearm, scraping it all into the garbage disposal. I was understandably pretty shocked and asked him he was doing. All he said was, "They're in there," without even looking up at me. I went to the kid's room, told the older cousin to get his little sister ready while I grabbed their youngest sister. She was still a little baby. Luckily, the door was right in front of the stairs, so I shuttled them out the door hoping they didn't look in the kitchen. I don't think they did. I walked them over to my house, woke up my dad. He worked at night, handed him my baby cousin, while explaining what I saw at their house, and walked the kids to school point after school. My cousins and I hung out at my house until their mom got home from work and my dad took them home. My uncle, as it turns out, was addicted to meth at this time and my auntie thought he had quit and agreed to stay. After this incident however, she kicked him out that day. Eventually she got full custody of the kids and moved out. He spiraled, stealing from his parents and his family, getting clean then relapsing, etc. Last I saw him, he was homeless and still doing drugs. He didn't even recognize me when he asked me for some money, and when I recognized him, he ran away. TLDR, caught my uncle being crazy because of meth. He lost his family and home in the same day. One of my friends in high school liked to party and had a kinda rough group of friends. He met a girl and stopped hanging out with them, seemed to start taking his life seriously, and got engaged to her. He asked all his old buddies to be his groomsmen for the wedding and they threw him a bachelor party. Before going to his party, he was doing some weed eating for his dad and his allergies were bothering him, so he took some Claritin that night. They drank and someone brought Oxy. They all did some. Most of them threw up. He was pretty trashed and went to sleep with his fiancée. The next morning she wakes up and has dead. Apparently the mixture of Claritin, alcohol and Oxy caused an accidental overdose. He was 19. They were supposed to get married the next weekend, but instead, we had his funeral on their wedding day. Fiancé dropped off the map, got into drugs and no one really heard from her again. To make things worse, his dad was a big time building contractor in the area. My friend died in late 2008. Shortly after his death, the economy crashed. His parents lost everything. All their cars got repossessed. And the home they raised their kids in was foreclosed on. I have a friend who was in a horrible abusive manipulative relationship. They stayed with me for a few months, was supposed to be only 1, turned into nearly 4, and I got to witness the abuse firsthand. I managed to separate the two, and urged both of them to go to therapy separately, and urged my friend to figure herself out before she clings to someone else. After she moved out of my house, without hesitating she ended up back with her abusive girlfriend. She says the girlfriend has changed for the better, but every day she vague posts about being hella depressed and has no one to turn to. I've been in touch with friends that we both used to hang out with, and honestly she had lost every friend she had because she constantly abuses our help. This isn't the first time she's done something like this, becomes the victim, gets helped out of the situation, misses being the victim, then heads right back into the same situation. It's happened almost 5 times before. At this point we, as her former friends, can't afford to waste more of our own mental well-being trying to help her. Me especially. When they were staying with me, her girlfriend was a slob and I couldn't tell her anything, or else she'd get bipolar. If I asked them to leave, she'd make up a reason, usually fake, as to why they couldn't leave, and why it was best if they stayed. I felt they took advantage of me beyond a reasonable doubt, and I had to fight off the girlfriend for over 2 weeks to get her to finally leave us alone. The girlfriend tried everything, saying she'd kill herself, threatened to tell my friend's family how awful my friend was. She even threatened to come to my house to beat my friend up, and she didn't care if I was standing in the way or if I locked the doors, she'd get through me. I had to call the cops on her. Luckily she never showed up, but I was prepared to bash her skull in if necessary. Long story short, I still am not over that psychologically. Every now and then I have a mental breakdown because I can never get over the fact I wasted 4 months trying to help them when they didn't need the help. They claimed they didn't have money, but the girlfriend was making more money than I was. She was just spending it profusely. This girl has basically destroyed any chances of ever having help from us ever again, especially me. She has had multiple chances to change her life and change herself, but no matter what it seems she just loves being the victim and being pitied. She is getting desperate for attention. She even contacted one of my friends, whom she only met once, and started trying to talk to her, as if she knew her. My friend, having been one of the ones I ran to when I was having my mental breaks, didn't feed into her pity, and told her outright she needs to get rid of toxic people if she wants to not feel like this. She immediately lashed out on my friend and switched the narrative, claiming she's happier than before and that she doesn't need anyone. In the end, she will be the cause of her own destruction. At this point I wouldn't even doubt if she ends up offing herself or ends up beaten to death by her lover. TD, LR, friend of mine loves being in abusive relationships. After her and her girlfriend mooched off of me for 4 months and caused chaos, I separated them and basically gave her a do-sex match in her to get out of her situation. Not 2 seconds later she returns to the exact same situation she was in and has been in countless times before she had effectively lost any and all friends she formerly had. She will no longer receive help. Instead all her friends have unified with me and agreed to not help her further. It's very topical but Rashad Brooks dude was out drinking and driving. He was passed out in a Wendy's drive-thru. When the responding cop arrived it was a very calm interaction. The responding cop had Brooks drive into a parking spot. He calmly checked that Brooks had no weapons. The DUI cop shows up. Brooks then proceeds to tell a different story entirely to the DUI cop. All of this was completely calm and collected. But if you are caught drinking and driving you are getting arrested. I'm sorry but you are just getting arrested. Okay, so 40 minutes of calm interaction and within 1 minute, Brooks proceeds to resist arrest and gets physical with the officer. The officers only used tasers so far, but Brooks in that fracas steals a taser and runs away. Cops tell him to stop resisting arrest, then Brooks in his drunken state turns around and shoots the taser at the DUI cop, who is probably trained to use his guns should a weapon be used against him. The DUI cop takes his gun and shoots Brooks as Brooks was turning around. He was technically shot in the back. The actions of the DUI officer is heavily debated at the moment. The actions of the responding officer shouldn't really be debatable. He used no aggression or force, but people want him charged. As a person who is for police reform I think it's insane when people want the responding officer who didn't get aggressive at all to be charged of a crime. Best friend going back to his ex. I've told him many times that you can't heal from who hurt you. Well I guess when you're in love and you only think of that person because there's second chance, third chances. I witnessed their quarrels, insults to each other, of course the good memories, etc. But at one point, when the girl had call it quits because she's tired and doesn't see any future with him, he started drinking a lot, taking drugs. He shifted from a loving, gentle kind person to being mad alcoholic man. Take note we were only 21 when this happened. His parents called me at 2 AM asking me to help their son. The FF day we brought him to the nearest rehab. He cried and cried to me. I would visit there once in a month because I haven't finished college at that time. After a year, he finally got out and he sort of went back to who he was, but he couldn't yet get over of his ex. He really loved her, and as his best friend I couldn't do anything about it. I feel so helpless. Sometime around late 2019 he ended his life. His ex showed no remorse of what had happened, but she showed up during the funeral. I didn't speak to her, because if I do, I might have killed her. Kidding. I chose not to speak with her until now. She reached out many times to me through social media. Couldn't still accept what happened. He was the best friend I ever had. My best friend started smoking pot. The issue wasn't necessarily the pot, but the pot exacerbated the other problems in his life. He had ASD, and his family life wasn't good enough, constantly bullied by his twin brother and his friends, nor did his parents connect with him very well at all. They practically didn't even know their own son. Their Christian beliefs had them in denial of their son's unusual behavior. It is my personal informed diagnosis that my friend developed schizophrenia from many sources, mainly increased stress levels, that is college, moving out, ECT, smoking weed in an attempt to achieve the perfect high almost religiously every chance he had. The schizophrenic behavior is what really led to his suicide. Negative voices in his head, fueled by angst and anxiety. They found his body at the bottom of a crane in Boston. His parents and everyone else thought it was an accident. But I knew that his psychosis must have been unbearable. He was the smartest fucking kid I knew. Seriously. On his SAT he got a 760 on reading and an 800 on the math section. That's the highest score possible. Can you imagine having to explain to your best friend's parents that their kid had schizophrenia and that his suicide had not been in fact an accident? Me either. My brain blocked that sheet off. Got scar tissue on my brain like eczema on my skin. Edit. I hit the enter key when I wasn't done writing. In the military, I saw this high-speed, very promising young private in the course of a night fuck his entire career and life over. It was his last couple weeks in Korea, and he had orders to a sweet job back in the States. He goes out to party one last time, and he gets so drunk he is about to miss curfew. As best as we can piece together, he was thinking he had a chance if he drove his scooter to a secluded spot and hopped the fence. He gets to the fence and manages to get over and jump down. The landing though was very awkward, and it results in an open tib/fib break. MPs later determined he landed on a large rock instead of the soft dirt and grass all around. Drunk private calls his command, says he's hurt and needs help. An ambulance gets to him, and he gets multiple surgeries. To this day he still has a bunch of metal in his leg and walks with a limp. Now comes the fun part, military justice. Once private recovers enough, his command gets everything they can on him. 2 counts of disobeying a lawful order. The first being missing curfew. The second was being over 0.1 back. It's Korea. 2 ID says we have to be functional to fight tonight. He also charged with unlawful entry. You can't jump over the fence of a military base. The last one was the kicker. The military defines a vehicle as any man-made contrivance for the purpose of transporting someone from point to point. Hence his scooter was a vehicle, and they got him on a DUI. The line of duty investigation determined the private's injuries were not the responsibility of the military, and was not to be covered by the VA. He served his sentence, was kicked out with an other than honorable discharge, and had to pay for the continuing treatment of his leg on his own. In one night he went from the all-star to seeing everything fall apart around him. So, for a bit of context, German type fraternities, that is German, Swiss, Austrian, Belgian, Baltic etc., in almost all cases have coats of arms and colors. Now, these are held in great respect by the respective members. I imagine there is comparable symbology held in higher regard by American fraternities. Anyway, there is a tradition among these German type fraternities that, should you see any item displaying the colors of a fraternity which is not your own, you can take it into safekeeping. That is, you basically steal it, but subsequently inform the victim of the theft. There are a few rules of conduct here. For example, certain items are exempt etc. But that's not too important now. What then usually happens is, the fraternity whose colors have been stolen has to redeem them through drinking a specific amount of beer depending on fraternities involved, city this happened, amount and type of items stolen. Almost all fraternities display flags on their houses, hoisted on poles either on the front yard or attached to the house itself. I personally know not 1, but 3 people in their early 20s who tried to steal these flags, while smashed beyond recognition, somehow slipped or otherwise messed up the climb, and met the ground after 12 feet or more, resulting in them being permanently wheelchair bound. All for a prank which, if successful, would just have resulted in the other fraternity being forced to drink 60 bottles of beer, while getting yelled at. This will get lost in replies, but my boyfriend. Good example of wrong place wrong time. He had worked really hard to climb the ladder at his job, and was a few months away from becoming a big boss. He hung out with the wrong crowd though. He wasn't bad, but a lot of his friends were. Long story short, my boyfriend and his friend were relaxing, and fell asleep, after they just got done eating pizza and smoking. Unfortunately for them, they were at their other's friend's house, and this man kept guns and cocaine in the house. He wasn't home at the time. Basically a crime gets committed across the street. Cops were trying to bust a drug dealer for months. The drug dealer runs away from the cops, but in the direction of the house my boyfriend was in. My boyfriend said he woke up to the door being pushed open and the cops found my boyfriend and his friend sleeping, cuffed them both. Cops found all the guns and drugs in the house and assumed this had to be their guy that got away. My boyfriend wound up spending 2 weeks in jail before he could make his 10k bail. Then he was awaiting trial for 2 years. Completely lost his job and everything he had worked for. Had to move back in with his grandmom after having his own place. Everything just fell apart. He had 10 felony charges I believe, with all the guns and drugs that were in the house he was sleeping in, none of which were his. He wound up working as a line cook at a restaurant, which we later met at. I met him when he had about a year left before his trial, and he told me he was innocent, and I stayed with him while this was going on. Fast forward to the day of the trial. It was about 3 days long. The jury and myself watched 5 FIVE cops get on the stand and all have completely different stories as to what happened that day. By the third cop the jury was falling asleep because they knew my boyfriend D was innocent. He was found innocent with all charges dropped, but that doesn't stop the fact that he had to start his career path over again, and now he owes his grandmom 10k for putting up the bond for him, all because he was wrongfully accused. Being at the wrong place at the wrong time could really ruin your life. TDLR, my boyfriend was wrongfully accused of a crime and almost went to jail for 10 years because of it. A friend, who was an alcoholic, had cleaned up his life after multiple run-ins with the law and to do it. He became a pilot for the airlines, unheard of with 2 DUIs, and married a pretty amazing flight attendant, much younger and quite honestly way too good for him. Something snapped and he just couldn't hold it together. I guess that's what happens when you are a functioning alcoholic. He started having personal issues where most of his friends cut him off / wouldn't talk to him, and then got so drunk while at work that he slipped and fell walking from the bar to the hotel that he fractured his leg and dislocated his opposite shoulder. He treated his wife like trash, and like his friends, she finally had enough too. The crazy thing is she tried to get him help, tried counseling and all that, and he was just too proud / narcissistic to do it. Within a month or so of her leaving him, he proudly announced to all of us he had a new serious girlfriend whom he met on Tinder in Hong Kong who has 2 children and loves him. Lol. Yeah, sure dude. She's not in it for your money or a green card at all. Pretty sure he was likely cheating on his ex-wife the whole time, and there's a good chance this woman was a hooker at some point in Wanche. He still flies cargo, still is a drunk, and pretty much has no one left in his life besides his Asian girlfriend. Even family has cut him off. Some people never learn. I was a loving, respectable father until my sister and best friend both died within 2 months. I also had my first and only child a week after the first death, my sister's. It was an emergency C-section. Mom's uterus was destroyed. She likely won't have any more. Anyway, found out that she is incapable of providing any emotional support whatsoever. I hadn't needed any before this. Not only this, but because we cannot afford to maintain a $100k plus income lifestyle without her going back to work part-time, which was the plan all along. I become the world's biggest piece of shit for not making enough money and staying home to help full-time as well. So she falsely accuses me of attempting to make her suck my dick. Mind you, I didn't care for her blowjobs. I would almost always have her stop after a couple minutes. We are talking about maybe 8 BJs in 8 years here, nothing excessive about it. Instead of asking me any questions, the police and prosecution believe women, so they charged me with felony rap and stripped me of all custody. A year and $100k plus later I finally get a day in court. Everyone and their brother tells me to take the plea because a wrongful conviction for felony rap carries too much at stake. Everything in me wants to fight for the truth, but I know I need a support network, so I lie and take a plea. Simple assault. Doesn't matter, they treat me like a rapist and I lose out on more than 3+ years with my 2.5-year-old son. No one believes that I didn't want a blowjob from my wife. I get furious that my son is kidnapped and I'm falsely accused. Start calling everyone stupid assholes. This convinced them I'm an abuser, so they arrest me again and put me back in jail for more shit I didn't do. There is nothing I can do and no one that can or will help me with the case. My support network is gone because you can only be there for someone with a kidnapped child for so long. Eventually they'll lash out. I've lost millions of dollars. Cannot sleep without Xanax or copious amounts of alcohol or THC. I cannot function at work. My life is ruined because my wife didn't want to sacrifice herself by being a little more emotionally supportive, and because lazy cops, prosecutors, and judges don't bother asking for both sides of the story and never gave me a chance to speak. Kidnapping my child and putting me in jail without any evidence is not going to get you the truth. I didn't have a choice. I had to take a plea. I didn't sexually assault my now ex-wife, but it doesn't matter one bit. There is nothing I can do. Co-worker that was the head of a large sales region, married with a few kids. Wife was going through a cancer scare, surgery, chemo, etc. One of the nicest and funniest guys I have ever met. He's dropping his oldest child off at college out of state for the first time. A special moment for any parent, and gets a call from his wife. She was too sick to make the trip. The police stopped by his office to question him, and when he wasn't there, went to his house. Turns out, a year or so prior, he was online looking for sex, connected with some local guy who says his girlfriend is up for it. Nothing to pay, just come in and do it with her, and he won't even be in the room. Says she's 18 years old. He goes to the guy's house and down to the basement, where she's there on a couch, apparently drunk according to the story, and has sex with her. Then a year later, the guy from the basement is arrested for child pornography, and they find a bunch of videotapes showing 5 different guys having sex with what turned out to be a 14-year-old girl in that basement. Was arrested, charged, and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Wife divorced him. Duh. He did get out on parole after maybe 12 years or so. Lives with his parents now. I'm a very distrustful person naturally, but damn, right then I was like, you never really know someone. Early 2000s, I was in middle school, and I had a little brother and sister in elementary school. Our mom was involved in our lives, and was friends with other moms on the PTA. One such mom, sold Pampered Chef, MLM, and had 2 kids same ages as my brother and sister. Her son was in the same Cub Scout den. I babysat her kids weekly because they and her husband had season tickets to the Ravens or Redskins, can't remember, and I loved babysitting for her. She paid $20/HR, which for a 13-year-old, getting paid $120 to $160 every week was a good deal. Most people paid $8 to $10/HR. One day we hear through the intricate gossip grapevine my mom had that her husband had been arrested. Apparently a full-time professional bookkeeper had volunteered her services and embezzled money from the elementary school PTA, her own son's Cub Scout troop, and her employer. Total, she had stolen $256,000. The PTA had to cancel some after-school programs they were sponsoring, and the Cub Scouts had to skip camping trips that year, which was devastating, since they had sold so much popcorn to fundraiser for those trips. She had gotten herself so deep into debt via peddling Pampered Chef. During her trial, my mom, along with a PTA full of Karens, showed up to make sure justice was served. The judge asked if they were here to support and they corrected him so hard. They all gave impact statements for their children and how they felt betrayed because she was a member of their community. She was sentenced to 3 years or something like that. Baltimore Sun article. The real victims, though, were her kids. They both were the sweetest things, and even if they wasn't paying me that crazy amount I still would have babysat for them. The kids were so good. They moved after their mom went to jail, and I haven't seen them since, but I hope they got to grow up happy. They deserve that. Guy I joined the army with. He was a nice kid. If he only had a tenner he would give you 5 quid. Even though he probably stole that 10 off someone. He was still 17 after basic, so he couldn't deploy to Afghan with us. While home on rear guard he destroyed his passport, so you couldn't deploy. When he turned 18. When they finally got him out to Afghan he gave me a check for a few hundred, and confessed to fraudulently taking out a phone contract in my name, and running up bills. I had no idea and obviously the check bounced. He then went and double bubbled the money off someone to pay me back. Few years pass, and I promote and move to a different company. Still hear stories of the guy saying has borrowed money off them and not paid them back. His company gets sent to Jamaica for some training, but I'm doing training in another part of the UK. Halfway through the training the guy turns back up in the UK, having been sent home for confessing to sleeping with a prostitute and getting involved with Jamaican loan sharks, getting the whole company confined to camp for the remainder. Few more years pass, and he comes to see me saying has been snlrot, service no longer required. Kicked out basically. He came to see if I wanted any of his gear. He was caught with coke at home, then tried to lie to the army about why he was in court. Don't really keep up with him much, but I see once in a while people on his Facebook post to ask if he will pay them back. Or if they need to come to his house. Eventually I see on the news that he tried to rob a post office with a dinner knife round the corner from his house. Gets 5 years in prison. 5 years pass and has sent me the odd message here and there, but not much. He ends up moving to Malta to try and turn his life around and avoid debt and drug money. All looks like it's picking up for him until his family start posting pictures of him in hospital, faked up from a car crash. He drunk drove and killed his passenger and an old lady in the back of an ambulance that he hit head on. That was about 2 years ago, I think. Literally last week he messaged and asked if I minded him calling me for old time's sake. He calls me and asked for advice on getting into security contracting. Had been and taken out thousands in student loans to do his security qualification. About 5k. Even though I repeatedly told him over the years that it wouldn't happen due to his history. He also asked if I would write an email confirming he was bullied and name some names that he feels were responsible for destroying his career. Also he can get a war pension. I liked and felt sorry for the kid, even though he was a fuck up, but there is just no helping some people. I worked a very early shift one morning. I lived out in the sticks and my work was about an hour away, plus I liked getting there early. Well, once I got on the road I saw a car in the ditch with its flashers. Since we were so far out in the country it was pitch black, no street lights. I pulled over and approached the car. As I got closer I noticed the car wasn't just in the ditch, but had hit a telephone pole. As I came around the driver's side I could hear heavy wheezing. I shined a dim light and saw a young kid laying back in his seat, face bloody and swollen. He was struggling to breathe and definitely unconscious. You could see where he hit his head on the windshield. He had to be helicoptered out to the hospital. He survived but spent months in the hospital and even longer doing physical therapy. He was never the same. So come to find out the kid wasn't alone. He'd been drinking and driving with friends. These other kids left him there to die because they were afraid of an MIP. Well, they got a lot worse. If I hadn't come along the kid definitely would have died. Then what kind of charges would they be facing? The messed up part was in the beginning of this boy's recovery he didn't want to give up his friends who left him to die. Dang, kid was lucky I had to work at the crack of dawn. The EMT said it was lucky I came along and he wouldn't have lasted much longer. Of course, after I helped save the kid's life, the officer doing the investigation called me and accused me of being with the kid during the accident, knowing him and supplying the alcohol. I get the officer was doing his job, but I was at least 15 years older than this young kid. Not to mention I saved him. Now all of a sudden I'm the criminal. Anyway, so all those kids' lives were messed up after that. The friends had a choice too. They dug their own graves when they left him to die. This is my dad's story. He once told me about one classmate he had in class. He was nice, strong, but was obsessed with explosives. Once he was making petards for a new year. He took from fireworks powder. When he was making petard it exploded right in his hands. He lost one eye and 3 fingers. He barely can pay his rent now. This is second story. When my dad was going in army, he did go to Soviet Union army. There were 2 dummers who nobody knows how they did it, but they took one big bullet from army airplane minigun. They took that bullet to 3rd floor and threw it out. That bullet exploded, result killing 1 guy and injuring 1 guy. Guy who got injured got into hospital and then expelled from army because from injuries 2 dummers had to clean potatoes 1 month and then got expelled from army permanently. Third last one, in school they had to learn how to shoot because of war. His friend stole like 10 bullets and invited my dad with him to shoot outside of school. But luckily for him, he got bad grade that day and his mother didn't let him out. Later he found out that that guy who invited him killed one of his friend accidentally and got expelled from school, and his family had to pay fine to that family. I was a manufactured home salesman and I had a guy order a home with a 20% deposit, knowing the terms of his contract involved maintaining his income and credit until home delivery, which is the point where he signed his bank contract. You may say this is a bad system, but banks that deal with low income / low credit home buyers are not willing to close until the home is on site because these people tend to be flaky. For this reason, the company I worked for required large deposits equal to the bank's down payment as a non-refundable award requirement. Basically, no one else is going to want your totally custom house at fair market price, so if you flake on us, we keep your deposit as profit and sell at, or usually way below cost to avoid storage, interest, etc. It's a very rare situation, because no one backs out after a large deposit. Anyway, back to the guy. He already had a ton of debt, so he barely budgeted by the bank's calculations, but they let him through by a hair. I spent days negotiating the deal for him, finding him the cheapest insurance on earth, to get his escrow payment low enough to qualify, etc. You know where this is going, but he quit his $20 an hour job for a $12 an hour job, because he wasn't getting paid time and a half for overtime. He said he knew he would make more money with this new job in the long run. Or so is my memory. Point stands. He put up his life's savings as a deposit to order his dream house, then no bank on earth would finance him because he had awful credit, tons of debt, and voluntarily gave up nearly half of his pay. I tried to work with him and give him some money back, but the house he ordered was god awful. He had funky color accent walls in every room, a bad floor plan that had 6 bedrooms for all of his family to live with him, etc. His sales price was like $120,000 as a custom market price house, and it took me like 9 months to sell it for $90,000. We lost tons of money, and he lost his life's savings. All because he couldn't wait a month to get mad at his boss and take a new job. While working at Walmart on the asset protection team, we had a guy come in around 9 PM wearing black pants, a black hoodie with the hood up and sunglasses. Classic shady looking dude. I was watching the cameras and alerted one of the secret shoppers, workers dressed in normal clothing, but with an earpiece, about the guy, and to just head over to where he was. He entered through the garden section and walked into the toy section and picked up a large 50-gallon tub, presumably full of merchandise, and set it in his cart. We've seen this before. Someone comes in, loads up a tub full of merchandise, and then leave it somewhere, and someone else comes in and steals it. I saw him beginning to leave and told the person to go out the front door and wait for him. As he was leaving through Garden Center again, the cashier stationed there was checking another customer and asked if the man walking out with the tub had paid for it. At this point the guy begins running, and the customer that the cashier was helping takes off after the guy. They both run through where the plants are and take off across the road. The guy with the cart almost gets hit by a car and runs to his car, which is in one of the front parking spots. Luckily the customer that was chasing him yelled to the truck that almost hit the guy to park behind him, so he couldn't get out. Quickly, the truck parked behind him, but the guy figured he had come this far and didn't care. He threw it in reverse, slammed into the truck, then pulled forward and turned into an empty spot next to him, but then hit another car's bumper, ripping it off completely. Then he takes off, and the truck chases after him, since he just slammed into the passenger side door of the truck and caused extensive damage. In my state, a hit and run is a felony. If I remember correctly, stealing over $1,000 is also a felony. See, we may not have caught him as we didn't have his license plate nor his face. However, the icing on the cake was something he dropped getting into his car. His phone. We found his phone, with no password on it no less, sitting in the parking spot next to where he was parked. Incredible luck for us that he didn't hit it, although incredibly bad luck for him, because we now had his name from his Facebook on his phone. The police showed up about an hour later. They took his phone and a USB with the video showing him stealing the merchandise and then striking 2 vehicles before leaving the scene. We heard about a week later that he was arrested. The tub was absolutely full of Blu-ray movies, CDs and a few books. Total amounted to $800 to $900. He got hit with 2 felonies for the hit and run, among other charges for stealing. My friend grew up in the same cult as me and the same small town. We both eventually left the cult, but he's still in that tiny redneck pisshole looking for a long-term relationship. A few months back he met this bipolar woman. She is very outgoing about her diagnosis. At a local bar one night. She is incredibly manipulative, lies and goes into fits of rage, and is physically and emotionally abusive, and physically much bigger/stronger than he is. The last time they broke up it was after she bit his face and he was scared. Anyway, they got back together this week right after she dumped the ex she left him for, and they got married without telling any of his friends or family. I found out through his brother, who is also a friend since childhood. He didn't even tell his own mom and lied to another friend about what he was even doing the day he got married. He knew nobody would be on board with it. I used to work at a shelter for victims of domestic violence as an advocate, and she fits every single warning sign listed in my training. She's textbook faked up and getting zero help and claiming zero accountability. He finally texted me back on the third day after they got married, but I imagine our weekly phone calls won't be a thing again until they are broken up. Last time they were together she started only letting him call me while she was listening, so he wouldn't say anything about her. I'm afraid he might get murdered, and I'm not exaggerating. A science teacher from my old town got arrested for assaulting a student in a parking lot and again at a football game. The first time was in 2012, and he was with his wife, our English teacher, and daughter in a downtown parking lot. He had saw a male student and began play fighting him. Mind you, he's a former military officer. He wrapped his feet around the student's back and his arm around the student's neck while applying a chokehold and choked the kid until he was unconscious. He let the kid fall onto the pavement and ran away from the scene with his wife and daughter. He was later found not guilty. He had resigned from teaching, but eventually came back. The second time was in 2016. There was a football game, and he admitted to showing up drunk to the police. It was obvious anyway due to his bloodshot eyes and slurred speech. But that's not the worst part. He had grabbed a student's wrist and twisted his arm behind his back because he claimed the student didn't show up for class during fourth hour. He told the officers it wasn't that serious because it's not like he put him into an armbar. For his explanation, an armbar is when you grab someone with both of his hands, put your thumb on their wrist, and then twist their arm. The entire incident was recorded on video. He further admitted to hitting his students all the time when they act up. They charged him with third-degree assault. He was later found not guilty and they released him to his wife. I don't know how he got away with it both times, but last I saw he works at a Hades now. Edit, grammar and formatting. My older brother was an extremely promising artist in high school. However, he let everyone's compliments go to his head and thus felt no need to ever practice or work to improve. I remember him walking away from a golden opportunity to spend a week of his summer break at the most prestigious art school in the United States to learn what he'd need to do to apply. Once the time finally came to apply to colleges, he decided not to do any research on the application requirements for any of his topics in favor of going to parties and smoking weed. Fast forward to now, and he only got into schools that don't require portfolios, which I'm not against. It's just a little disappointing and cannot go a full day without getting high. He lied to our mother about getting a job and used all the money she wired him to buy more drugs, promptly demanding more. When she realized he was unemployed, failing all his classes, and living on nothing but weed and vodka, she refused to give him any more money until he found a real job. Instead of doing that, he threatened to sue her for the money and moved in with our abusive father. He spent the last 6 months sending our mother unbridled and unending hate mail telling her she's being abusive by not feeding his addiction. She finally blocked him the other day, insisting that she can't mentally handle it anymore, and telling him if he's in an especially bad situation he can contact our stepdad. As it stands now, he's once again demanding more money so he can leave college, where he failed the majority of his classes, for a year to live in the Netherlands with no plan pertaining to employment, living, or even a reason as to why. As an artist myself, I remember looking up to him. Not only did it disappoint me to know he so sincerely didn't give a shit about the thing I considered to be our strongest link to each other, but it also hurts to see him throwing away any chance to salvage what he decided to fuck up. I knew a girl during freshman year of college who was incredibly book smart, but incredibly life stupid. She was from a very small town, graduated with 4.2 GPA due to AP classes, and wanted to be an endocrinologist. She was valedictorian and got a full ride scholarship to our school on the condition that she become a doctor in an underserved rural community. First week of classes she meets a guy who was kind of a loser but she was absolutely mad for him. Halfway through the semester she's skipping her own classes in order to go to his with him because she thinks girls will flirt with him. She just sat there reading a novel. She starts drinking and partying with him because she doesn't trust him to go alone because she believed girls would throw themselves at him. He was not attractive at all. Beginning of second semester she's lost her scholarship, is on academic probation, and has had a ticket for underage drinking. By March she's pregnant and is kicked out of school, but lives in his dorm room. No clue why his roommate was okay with that. She ended up working in fast food. The next time I saw her was the next summer. She had one kid and was trying to have another, admittedly to try to keep the guy attached to her. I asked after her when I graduated, and a mutual friend said the guy had left her. She had 3 kids and was on welfare. Such a waste. My adopted brother got messed up in drugs and expelled from high school 3 weeks before graduation. His twin sister got pregnant her senior year and dropped out of high school. She doesn't know who the father is. The guy she was seeing at the time drunkenly walked into the road, got hit by a car, and died. They came from Russian when they were 6, originally adopted by another family. 6 months after arriving, their adoptive mother died of cancer. The husband did not really want them, and he remarried to a carbon copy of his dead wife 6 months after she passed. He did not get them the help they needed in order to grow and mature and be stable healthy adults. My family adopted them in early high school because of the drugs and the pregnancy. My parents told them they had to go if they chose to continue living that lifestyle. This was far from the first issue they had with them, and they were at their wits' end by this point. They both suffer from mild FARS, so they moved to South Dakota where extended family of her first adoptive family lived. My sister continued to pop out children left and right, all with different men. My brother landed a great job, got an excellent promotion, met a girl, fell in love, got engaged and had a child. The mother of his child then abandoned him and the infant pretty quickly. By this point, we have spent many nights in the hospital and visiting him in psych wards because he would drink caustic substances for attention. He never intended to kill himself. It was his way of crying out for help. Well, when he and his child were abandoned, he was 23 and decided to drink some fluid that goes in a car. I don't think it was antifreeze, but I cannot remember anymore. He didn't know that it only took 1.5 ounces to kill you. His sister took him to the hospital in bumfuck nowhere South Dakota and they diagnosed him with the flu, didn't pump his stomach, and sent him home. This is coming from my sister who is a pathological liar cause it sounds insane that they would do that. Anyway, 30 hours after he consumed the liquid, he collapsed at home and was rushed to the hospital. He was kept on life support until family to fly in and say goodbye. His child is being raised in a beautiful home with his maternal grandparents. I hope they have nothing to do with my sister for the sake of that child. TLDR. My brother drank a caustic substance for attention, died 30 hours later leaving a newborn child behind. Last semester I was attending a seminar about hate speech in media at my college. The first lady gets up to open the event, and she begins talking about what is qualified as hate speech and what isn't. I already had a gut feeling regarding what direction this entire speech was going in, but I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. She eventually went on to talk about hate speech regarding race and what you legally can and cannot say. The woman then prefaces her next statement with, "Since we are talking about hate speech, I'm going to have to say some offensive things." It got completely silent before she uttered her example, "You're just a dumb nigger, and I hate you." Nearly entire auditorium went dead silent, and what made matters worse was that almost the entire audience was comprised of black people, myself included. She also proceeded to speak, but censored many other curse words instead of saying them outright like the racial slur. Being respectful, we let her finish her speech before one student called her out alone with many others. She then tried to apologize and admit that she was wrong and that she had never said the word in a public setting, but it was much too late. She resigned the very next morning before she could be fired, and we haven't heard about her since. When I was 18 I worked on a Type 2 wildland hand crew, like a hotshot crew, but way less cool. Our lead sawyer was 20 and an absolute whiz with a saw. He handled it amazingly and had his B-faller, which at 20 is pretty impressive. Well, second assignment we get sent on, we get called at 7 PM while we are off duty and told to get to the station. Around 8 PM after the crew had showed up, we started getting briefed by our crew boss, and our lead sawyer just couldn't keep his mouth shut and kept leaning on the guys next to him. Turns out he was 3 sheets to the wind. After briefing, the crew boss called him over and sent him home. He was fired the next day. I kept in touch with him on social media and he ended up working a couple dead-end jobs and then disappeared. About 2 years later I saw him on the street, drugged out and obviously homeless, and I occasionally still see him around, but I haven't been able to bring myself to talk to him. The thing is, if he had just told our crew boss, when he got the call, that he had had too much to drink, nothing would have happened. He would have just not come on the assignment and that's that. But since he showed up drunk and broke policy, he lost his job and career for the most part and ended up on the street. I knew a girl who was very attractive. Her face was beautiful and her body was hot point in spite of the fact that her personality was repellent. She was very popular. When she drank, her unreasonable, irrational, and demanding nature visibly worsened. Point one night, at a party, her and her boyfriend were arguing. He was trying to convince her that she had already had enough to drink. She was wasted, but wanted to drink more. They were in the kitchen verbally fighting. Point she basically snapped, grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed him. He died. Point she killed her boyfriend, but only wound up doing 7 years. Her charge was ultimately reduced to some kind of involuntary or second-degree manslaughter. I believe it was because she was a beautiful young white female and made for a sympathetic defendant. Point she's out now, living at home with her mom, has no job prospects, so it is safe to say her life is fairly ruined in most regards. Disturbingly, however, she is already in a new committed relationship with a man who obviously is aware of the fate of her last boyfriend. Point I guess, because she's still pretty hot, he's willing to take the risk. Maybe his story will be in the next fastest way you've seen someone ruin their life post. I didn't directly see it as it was a long distance relationship, if you could even call it that, but my ex definitely faked her life up. She began growing more and more distant from me day by day, and when I'd ask her she'd just tell me I'm thinking about things. Turns out thinking about things was code for doing increasingly harder drugs with her delinquent friends. Last time I saw her she was hooked up with an Australian girl who happened to be her dealer. Girl went from being a very successful student preparing to go to nurse's school straight out of high school to a lowly drug addict who looks ready to drop dead any day now. Point the real kick in the balls is that if we had lasted another couple of months together, I was all prepped to fly to a different country to be with her. I was 3 weeks into researching the cost of the move when one of her friends sent me a video of her smoking meth and eating out her dealer. I promptly sent the video to her mother hoping she would do something, as me and the girl were both underage at the time. However, she merely replied with "wicked party lol" and did nothing to stop her own daughter's decline into addiction. Had a guy named Stevens join my platoon while I was in 8. I was about a month out from graduating at this point. From day one this kid proved to be a pathological liar and outright problematic. The first incident with this kid was during our first company run. I was right behind him, and this kid smelled so bad I was getting yelled at because I was sticking my head out of formation just to get some fresh eye share. When we got back to the barracks, we had one of the newer kids come up to me asking to battle him down to the platoon sergeant to complain about his smell, seeing as he was his roommate. Point incident 2 was the weekend that followed. All male soldiers were expected to get a haircut every weekend. It's pretty apparent when you've let it grow out for a week when they bring their faces down to bare skin. I tell Stevens this and tell him he will need to go with a group going to the barber shop and get a haircut. He never went. Monday morning the sergeant is yelling at this kid asking, "Did no one tell you to get a haircut, private?" Straight up said no. Admittedly I broke ranks because I was acting as PLT leader and spoke up and said something. I was pretty quiet, so the PLT sergeant was taken aback a little and then I guess wanted to play fact games and called me a liar to my face. I shrugged it off. Point incident 3. Stevens threatened the same soldier who I battled about the smell incident. Said if he did it again he would call sharp. Again I battled him down to the lot sergeant and let him know what was going on. Incident 4. The only time we were allowed to go around without a battle was when it was with family that was visiting. Most of the time we still took someone to be safe, but it wasn't required. Stevens claimed to have his brother come visit him every weekend, and every weekend he was caught making out with a guy he claimed was his brother. Turns out he was getting random guys on base and hooking up with them. Incident 5 was when he caught wearing women's MacUpen uniform. That one was unsettling. We're talking Buffalo Bill sheet. Incident 6, the final straw, was when he was caught shoplifting red nail polish from the PX on payday. At this point everything that he said we didn't know if it was true. At one point the PLT sergeant said he didn't know if his name was really Stevens or not. Now I do not know how my command team was able to pull this off, but they were able to give him a less than honorable discharge despite only being in service less than 6 months. Usually it's an uncategorized discharge. I've heard in some cases it's harder for someone with a less than honorable to land a job than a convict. Regardless, after I graduated I called up my old PLT sergeant and asked whatever happened to Stevens. He was chartered out and was supposed to be dropped off at the airport. However, my sergeant said that he got to the front gates, opened the van door, and shoved him out, and said good luck and drove back on base. 3 or 4 years ago, a buddy of mine's stepbrother, born and raised in the country, drove himself and his brother, not my buddy, to a party. They got drunk, then they decided to drive home. Apparently people tried to stop them, but the stepbro was confident he could drive himself and his brother home if he concentrated. The girl who was driving the car they hit is now permanently blind. The stepbrother who was driving couldn't help her as he had to hold his little brother, who had been in the passenger seat, in his arms as he passed away. The stepbrother who decided to drive drunk that night was the only one who walked away from the accident and is in the 3rd year of his sentence in a maximum security prison. Has to wake up every day surrounded by some of the most faked up people in the country, knowing he killed his little brother and took the sight of an innocent woman for the rest of her life. He might get out this autumn for good behavior. You think it's only him that feels that guilt every day for the rest of his life. The other people who were at that party with him are living with it too. They knew he was wasted, and after some arguing, well, they didn't want to get physical, so they let him go. I know they say violence isn't the answer, but there's a guy at that party who wishes almost every day that he had used physical violence to stop the stepbrother from getting in his truck when words did not work. One punch or shove could have saved a life that night. If words aren't working on someone who's about to drive drunk, physically restraining them or giving them a good couple punches might be the biggest favor you'll ever do for them. If you have any doubt in your mind about your ability to drive, just don't do it. Best case scenario, you make it home that night instead of paying a few bucks for someone to drive you, or to just drive home in the morning. Or you can end up with a story even worse than this one. It was my friend's younger sister. There had actually been a few events leading up to this, but this also ruined the life of those around her. For context, this girl was batshit insane, but she came from the most progressive healthy family I've ever known in my life. To make a very long story short, she said some incredibly racist things online that went viral. Strangers on the internet asked her, as they do, which led to the spreading of her former address, where her family still lived, her former school, and former social media accounts. This, of course, served nothing more than putting her family in danger, since she'd already been put in jail/a mental institution, unbeknownst to the public, of course, because it's none of their damn business. It was a super messy and morally grey situation where people vastly overstepped and put it into their own hands to deliver consequences without knowledge of the situation. It was heartbreaking to see that family go through that. Her parents and siblings were harassed over social media, and I believe they've moved now. Not sure what happened after that, since it's been a while, and I don't regularly talk to that friend anymore, just drifting apart due to the natural development of different interests, not relating to the situation. My sister has been a drug addict since she was 15 basically. Skip to like 10 years later, she has gone through rehab and is now clean after going through a heavy stint with meth. Her main influences were a sheet crowd she would hang out with. She was clean for over 2 years. Hadn't gotten her life 100% completely back together, but was doing so incredibly well, and I was proud of her. She went through a lot of turmoil and this is it. She is finally my sister again. Then one day, her boyfriend got out of prison. She moved out of the parents' house to go be with him because she loves him. She is now a drug addict again and lives on the street currently and has been for around 2 years now. On her way to a decent life, to far worse than she was before the very second she learned her scumbag boyfriend, who she has been told to leave for a multitude of reasons. Oh, I forgot to mention, he stole and crashed her car. He sold her cell phone for drug money and treats her like shit on top of it all. But they will get through it together because of love. At this point I'm just waiting for the phone call from my mother that a police officer showed up at her house to tell her that she has OD'd. At this point I have literally zero energy or tolerance or patience to even attempt to deal with her. I'm married and I have 2 kids and a career that keeps me busy whenever I'm not spending time with my family. It's sad that her life turned to shit so poorly, but honestly, I have bigger things to worry about and deal with. She was given 1,000 chances for help and ruined everything for herself. It's been so many years since I actually last seen her. I'm not even sure I would recognize her if I saw her on the street, and I'm not even bothered by the notion. Drugs. I met this really nice girl in a camping trip around September, about 14 days in total. She was even dating one of my friend at a time. That same year she got into an arts school, like for acting, music, drawing, yada yada yada. She was like, really skinny, not sickly, at that, but she had a nice body. It comes later on in the story. So fast forward a few months, and my friend, the guy she was dating, comes talk to me, supposedly heartbroken, because she broke up with him. She had chosen drugs over him. She had also stopped posting pictures on Instagram during that time. I don't use it, but I have friends who do and cheat. She started posting pictures again after like 3 months or so, and she was completely bloated, like the difference was like a slap in the face kinda thing. She started drifting away from everyone, only hanging out with the druggies. She was found in an old broken down bathroom in the final days of January dead. She had OD. TLDR, girl got into drugs, ruined her whole life, ended up dead after 4 to 5 months. Edit. This happened when I was around 12 or so. She was older than me by a few years, around 14 to 15 at the time, so she was in an arts high school kind of thing. Hair point guy gets way too drunk. Guy gets a fire extinguisher, sprays up his own room, sprays roommate stuff, sprays up a neighboring dorm room, sprays up one of the occupants in said room, sprays up the entire dorm floor. Fallout has a highway drum for some reason. Cops wanted theft charges. Dry powder type fire extinguishers can kill via removing oxygen to those not wearing respirator. Cops wanted assault charges. The one sprayed did not press. Has a way too much alcohol in his room. Dry campus, no alcohol allowed. Roommate of the guy was beat red pissed. His new computer ruined. Much of his other stuff too. Likely pressed for vandalism, though never heard. That guy was in college for a criminal justice major degree, and very obviously expelled. Never did find out how many charges upon him. Had my roommate not gone to bed about an hour before the incident, our room likely would have been sprayed up too. Even though I had gone home for that weekend, I was told most of what happened. The poor roommate of the guy eventually ran into me first when he came back, and I broke the news. It was 2 weeks before the guy had even appeared again, and even then, just to get what junk he had left. A neglected 30-second job is what it took to ruin someone's life. The guy was an ex-co-worker who was working quality assurance in a pipe making factory. All it takes is 30 seconds with a feeler gauge to feel for a rolled coupling gasket. If he did his job properly, he would have seen that a gasket had rolled, the coupling taken off and redone. Annoying but not a huge time-consuming job. 18 months later, the customer engineer phoned and said that the pipe they laid 10 meters underground was leaking, which is odd because the pipe was rated for 16 bar but could take triple before a blowout. They discovered a rolled gasket which leaked, caused the base to wash out, and a small collapse. Cost my company over $1.5 mil to rectify. Because it was under a main road and needed 2 weeks of closures, but the paper trail lead back to this guy and his failure to do a mandatory inspection, which is a part of routine. Even though he marked down that he did point was immediately fired, took to the bottle pretty hard, smacked his wife, and got the absolute shit beaten out of him by her brothers, and was in the process of a divorce when I last heard. Luckily they didn't have any kids. Friend I went to elementary high school with, he was brought up in a faked up white trash home. Strangely enough his grandparents were ultra wealthy people, but I guess their daughter, his mother, was rebelling against them. His mother had 6 kids to 5 different fathers, and obviously most of the fathers were out of the picture real quick, so him and all his half siblings lived in the same middle/upper class area as I did, lived in one of the grandparents' houses, but their house had dead grass and cars on bricks out the front. It was so out of place next to perfectly manicured grass in front of well-kept homes with expensive cars out the front. Anyway, so he didn't have an amazing home life and began getting into petty crime. One of his mother's boyfriends taught him how to steal, and they were just so brazen about it. They'd go into a department store, pick up some Sega Genesis or Super Nintendo boxes and just walk out. He got caught once stealing a bunch of expensive winter jackets, but somehow he escaped from the mall cop's office. I was there and saw him get caught, left the mall with another friend, and then saw him on the bus 30 minutes later. Eventually as a teenager he started doing home burglaries, would leave school at lunch and spend the rest of the day doing burglaries, and then come into school the next day with stuff he stole to sell. This escalated to the point that a nice suburb was on the news for having skyrocketing burglary rates that were the highest in the state. Eventually he stole from me, and I ended our friendship. A year or so after high school, when he was 18, he did a burglary on a house where he found a bunch of guns. He filled his bag with a few and was seen running outside of the house with a shotgun in his hand. The police found him, and luckily he wasn't gunned down in the street, but he got arrested and did a decent stint in prison, 4 or 5 years I think. I ran into him on the street about a year after he got out of prison. He acted like we were still close friends, but I honestly did not recognize him at all. Had to say sorry. Who are you? From what I've heard he has been in and out of prison constantly since then. I work in technology. Years ago at another job I work side by side with a guy who got a job at Skywalker Ranch. The guy was a complete Star Wars aficionado. The kind that would sleep a day or two before the event so to be in the front of the line when the latest Star Wars flick came out. This made it unique because Skywalker Ranch really chose not to hire these types, but he got the job. Not more than a month or 2 into the job he came back from lunch only to notice that somebody had been in his computer while he was gone. Later that day he was called in by ours, and in the hour office was the FBI. Apparently a storyboard for the next Star Wars flick was out on the internet. It turns out the storyboard was on several employees' PCs. They released all of them and later arrested and prosecuted him. He claims they really didn't know who did it, but he was the new guy, so he took the fall. So he had to lawyer up, and the prosecution took a year or 2. In the meantime he got another really great job at Disney. But when he was finally found guilty, news got out in the trade rags and Disney found out and let him go. He ended up doing several months in the local jail up in Santa Rosa. And when I knew him, he was doing tech work. My mother died. My brother was always pampered and still lived at home rent-free at the age of 40. He worked full-time, earning a good wage, and could certainly afford to rent a place by himself. But after 40 years of not having to do anything, you actually really don't know how to do anything. So it was easier for him to stay at home and have it all done for him. When the old lady died, my dad told him in no uncertain terms that he needed to pull his weight, contribute to the house, or he would need to find another place to live. He chose poorly. He moved out to his girlfriend's place, who also lived with her parents, but they didn't particularly want him there for the same reasons that my dad gave, so he had to sleep in a Vauxhall Corsa on their land. He was allowed in for showers, but every night he slept in the back of a tiny hatchback. He didn't pay them either. Of course a relationship like that isn't sustainable, and they split up. I hadn't spoken to him for a while at this point, but a friend of mine inboxed me at Christmas to ask if I have a brother, because someone who looks a lot like me had turned up at the homeless shelter she volunteers at. In 3 months, after the girlfriend told him to move on, he had went from working full-time and earning a good wage to being a homeless drunk sleeping in shop doorways. I haven't seen or spoken to him in years. He's done some pretty awful things to me and my dad, but I know he's living with a homeless charity. He knocked someone up, and he started a faking GoFundMe that has zero contributions, asking for people to buy him a new car for the baby because he still doesn't understand that if you want stuff, you gotta pay for stuff. Point life ruined, all because he didn't want to pay £200 a month rent. Didn't actually know them or see what they did for the first two. Whether that's good or bad for the second one I'm not sure. Knew the 3RD first. My middle school was in the same building as the high school, just different floors for classes. I was in 8th grade with maybe 20 minutes left before school ended when we went into lockdown because a 10th grader got caught with a pistol. Didn't actually do anything with it. He just brought to bring it. Point there's more aftermath against the school with this one though, as we were in lockdown for 6 hours. I didn't get home until 8 PM. My dad was worried sick and was wondering where the hell I was, so I told him what happened confusedly as I expected the school to call. They never did. Until 9:30 that night. Yeah, a lot of parents were pissed. Second, when I was in 10th, an 11th grader wrapped a 9th grader in a storage closet for our back gym. If what spread were true, he forced her to blow him. I knew this dude's name, but that was it. Don't remember it anymore though. As for why me not seeing this could be good or bad, 3rd 11th grade. I was in a senior level class with only seniors except for me due to transferring. One dude in the class was fairly cool. He probably wasn't getting any scholarships to any big schools, but he was really good with computers and stuff, so he probably had a good life ahead of him. That was until he got caught taking upskirt photos of girls, and with a flash drive that had hundreds of other upskirt photos. I'm not sure if this counts though. I have a cousin who I hadn't seen in at least a year in person. My dad trusted him with the combination to our storage shed. My dad considers him as a son, as he practically raised him. Constantly telling me about my brother, even though he's only my cousin. Point my dad goes over there and picks him up, and I guess my cousin was walking around in circles as it took my dad hours to get the stuff that he already borrowed from us and actually get him in the car. When I see him, I can't believe my eyes. He's skinny as hell from the last time I saw him. He's a completely different person. We get to storage, and he has the whole storage packed with tweaker stuff. Useless junk that overtook the whole storage and took about 6 complete hours to clean out. My dad is understandably pissed, since he's been the one paying the rent, while he can't even see his own stuff behind my cousin's. One thing I do remember seeing in there is a TV. It was my cousin's. My dad was going to throw it out before my cousin starts crying out of nowhere as he sobs out that it's the only thing his dad ever gave him. Like a sob that little kids do as their voice cracks from the intensity. Then like a switch, he brokenly laughs it off as his tears are still stained on his cheeks. What's even worse is that my cousin lost something very important to my dad. A vacuum. It's a vacuum. That was the only gift he got from my mom. Point my mom, who struggled with addiction just like how my cousin currently is, before she went into a coma from an asthma attack and went brain dead. The irony only hits harder when my cousin's current girlfriend, who is older than him, and that we suspect got him into becoming a tweaker, has the same first name that my mom has. My cousin even smoked some of his usual stuff in the restroom while we were upstairs still cleaning out the storage. Then because he was too lazy to put the stuff in the dumpster, he put it in an open storage next to ours. My dad got charged with the bill of that storage because of it. So yeah, I'm not sure if my cousin has already ruined his life or there's still hope left for him. We'll see. Sorry that this comment is so long. I'm not even sure if it really counts. This isn't as dramatic or traumatic as a lot of stories on here, but I still think it needs to be said as a word of warning. I'm an army administrator working in an infantry battalion, and I've saw so many young guys who, let's be honest, don't have many options in life due to lack of education, throw their careers away getting caught taking drugs. I'm saying this for anyone planning on joining the military and those who are currently serving. You have to simply accept that drugs cannot be a part of your life. If you want to do drugs, don't join up. Simple as that. I've saw JNCOs who have been in for the best part of a decade chucked out, and 2 SNCOs that I'm aware of, but they know the script and I have little sympathy for them. I'm aiming this primarily at young recruits and individuals who are new to unit. Do not think you won't get caught. Case in point, I was moved company nearly 2 years ago. On my first day there 3 guys were stood outside the sergeant major's office. They'd been talking about their weekend. The wrong person overheard them, and it made its way up the chain of command. They were all on their way home by week's end. One of them was brand spanking new, just turned 18. The sergeant maj called me in, asked me to get his mother's number. The call went exactly like this: Sergeant Maj, good morning ma'am, this is Sergeant Maj at $%. I'm just calling to let you know that your son is being kicked out the army for drugs. Hangs up. Sergeant Maj, I bet she wasn't expecting that call this morning. Right, fuck off. I see shit like this happen all the time. Some of these guys have kids and have very little prospects. Mine was when I was 18. I was super laid back, really popular, but I wasn't popular with girls, and that's what I wanted, was to be able to get girls. So I tried out a self-help book called W Dating. It was great at first, and then I took it too far and became a huge asshole. I'd say the most cringiest arrogant shit. And that just blew me, my reputation, and my friends out of the water. It caused me to go down a bad path for a few years before I pulled my head out of my ads. Got with a woman that I had no business being with, who was 14 years older than me. She got me into meth, etc. Luckily that never really took hold of me. One day I just put it down and haven't touched it or thought about it since. To make matters worse, I came to find out that pretty much every girl I knew and hung out with had a crush on me before this, and I was just too oblivious. It's been 10 years now, and I'm still trying to sort my personality back out from that fake show of an idea. I'm doing a pretty good job, but now I'm socially awkward cause I don't know what to say, and I can't make people laugh like I used to. But I've learned to accept it, and I'm actually happy for the first time in a very long time. I don't know where I'm headed, but I know it's someplace good now. I know it's pretty mild compared to a lot of the stories on here, but that was my one biggest regret in life. That faking book. My brother from October now. It all started when he revealed that him and his girlfriend are pregnant. He hasn't been with this chick long, but she's 28, he's 24, and she already has a 10-year-old child. My brother is supposed to be infertile, so obviously there were red flags. They decide to abort because his girlfriend was told that she could die if she ever had another child. Sad situation for them, but the right decision in the end. Fast forward a month, and they are pregnant again. Apparently she convinced him to take the condom off. They decide that this is a miracle and that they are keeping it, and if she dies, then oh well. Now I've never met this chick, but I found her on FB begging people for dice to play DD. She had a sob story of how they have no money and can't afford anything. Which my thought on that is, why the fuck do you care about getting dice, but not food and essentials for the child you already have? My mother also isn't a big fan of this lady, since what she says and what she does contradict a lot. My brother quit his job to be a full-time stay-at-home dad. He wants to get married, but she refuses until she finds out that she won't get paid maternity leave unless she's married. They marry like a week later. This lady is in and out of hospital because the pregnancy is hard on her. They do tests and stuff and find out my brother is the carrier of a rare gene where there's a good chance the baby isn't going to make it after she's born. After some more tests they also find out that the baby will most likely have Down syndrome. They are still going through with the pregnancy that could kill the mom anyway. Since my brother is no longer working, they no longer have any money and are now begging my mom to live with her and her husband. They are in their 50s, and her husband had kids in his house his whole life, so he's beyond ready for an empty nest. He does not want to take in 4 people in a 2-bedroom house, so him and my mom have a huge faking argument. This was just a few days ago, so I have no idea what's happening now, but my mom currently hates her husband because he doesn't think they will ever leave if they move in, which TBF I agree with him. I suggested they do a contract with goals and an end date to them living there, So we'll see if they go that route. A year ago my brother was at a job he enjoyed with good benefits and moving out of my mom's house for the first time. He was happy. Now he's potentially going to be homeless with a baby on the way that should not be born and might lose his new wife in the process. My mom says he's just miserable. I just don't get it. There is so little concern for the child that's already there. He is also refusing to talk to me because I don't agree with his decisions. We aren't close, but it still makes me very sad that he would choose to ruin his life like this. Met a guy while at camp. No fun. Rehab for alcohol and drugs. I was a boozer hound. He had been a regular Joe. Pretty cool guy from just talking to him. I noticed he had a bracelet on his ankle, which I thought was weird, but I'm not one to judge. Probably stole from someone important to fuel his drug addiction. Turns out the guy had gotten drunk at a party one night, walked home and took some Xanax, and blacked out. Next thing he knows he wakes up in a jail cell with no recollection of the night before. He initially thought it was just a DUI and he'd be let go. He had slammed his biggest truck into one of those little two-door smart cars. Absolutely destroyed it. There was an old woman inside. She didn't make it. He didn't even know what had happened till he was shown pictures and whatnot. He killed a woman, ruined his life, and doesn't even remember it. The judge gave him something like 3 years in rehab and 5 years in prison. Or 3 months in rehab and 5 years. I can't remember. But that was why he had the anklet monitor. He couldn't leave the property of the clinic and wasn't even allowed to walk around outside without one of the staff members watching him. Haven't heard anything from him in about a year, but last I saw him, he wanted to help others manage their addictions. He felt extremely guilty about it, and it tore him up. He even begged forgiveness from the family. Faked situation all around. Another sad heroine story. Met my ex 15 years ago when he was 21 and I was 19. He was handsome, smart, well spoken, and fun. I fell head over heels for him. I loved this man. I still do, and we are not together. He's the love of my life. Anyway, after we met I started realizing he did drugs here and there. Once a friend caught him doing coke while we were camping. Then he confessed to me he had been addicted to meth from ages 17 to 19. We would go out, and the coke would come out as well as pills and other drugs. He sold weed, though he had a good full-time job. We then spent the next 7 years together, and it was a tumultuous, painful, intense time. But I loved him. I saw he had issues with decision making and logic at times. He was brilliant, but acted like a child in some situations. Many times I tried to get him clean to no avail. Finally he abruptly dumps me, leaves me for his ex who is a hustler. I figured she wanted in on his homes or money. She gets pregnant right away. I'm devastated, but ignore him. 2 years later I hear the kid's mom has left him. He had been strung out and she was sick and tired of it. I see him and he's in horrible shape. Skinny, manic, ECT. A year later I see him and he's better, but it was quick. I find out years later he's moved to Vegas, sold his remaining home, and squandered all the money on drugs and gambling. He asked me through email one day to check on his godmother who was sending him money to confirm she wasn't dead. I knew this wasn't good. She was financially supporting him. She even tells me he need to call her directly. He's now sitting in jail facing trafficking and murder charges for killing a guy his tweaker girlfriend cheated on him. WJTH. He told me he was flipping burgers at one point. This is the same person who once owned a business and 2 homes. It's so sad. He was abused by a neighbor as a child and I think it's coming out now as an adult. Perhaps not ruin, but definitely change. TLDR, at the end I was about 13 and at my best friend's 14th birthday at an outdoor activity center. We had finished one of the games, a treasure hunt type thing against an opposing team of friends. We had a suspicion that the man looking after us, in his late 20s, he was the only person working there at the time and my friend's parents were there to help, had made a mistake on purpose to rig the game. He lost a bit of our respect, but we won anyway. This man who worked at the center had been acting stranger than he apparently was usually. He was quite slow at talking and doing everyday things, but we didn't see anything wrong with it. We had lunch then went out to do the second event, laser tag. We left our phones there because they'd be safe and less likely to be damaged. He came with us to set it up, which was through woods, but next to an old road, which people used for walking dogs etc. We were about to start the game with me and 2 others sitting out as there weren't enough guns for us all. The other team ran to the other side and we heard a screeching gasp. I can't forget that. Others saw it all, but I quickly turned around and saw the man collapse into the bushes. 2 friends laughed because he seemed to have a strange sense of humor and we thought he was joking. I don't remember much of what happened next, but the man was shaking violently and we called the others back, and within seconds I had looked around and nobody knew what to do. Shit, I thought. I'm not very active, rather overweight. There was faster people, but I knew I could do it. I bolted past everyone and down the road, which would eventually lead somewhere. I knew it would. I saw a couple of dog walkers and I politely shouted "excuse me" at them. They noticed me and I explained that the man who's with us has collapsed and is shaking. The woman was a nurse. What brilliant luck. We got back to the group and someone had already gone off and got my friend's dad. I don't remember what happened other than the nurse turning him on his side, what you're meant to do, and I immediately went back to running down the road for help, this time joined by a friend of ours, who was faster. I watched where he went, and he went to the center, which you'd have thought you'd just go straight to the nearest people, but I didn't, went to the huge mansion type building that we passed on the way in. I thought it was a hotel, so they'd have a receptionist and a phone. I saw the sign, and it was a care home. Even better luck. They'd have everything we need. There were 2 people with a pair of residents outside. The situation was explained to them and one took me inside, and they searched for the house nurses. The nurse was found, and I directed them back to the man, and he was sat up, awake but not looking great. Questions were asked to see how he was, and he remembered his name. He gave his age, but my friend was doubtful that it was his actual age. The main thing though was that he had never had one before and didn't know the cause of it. The rest of us hung about, and my friend's dad went off and brought his Land Rover to us to take him along the road and transfer to the nurse's car and took him to the hospital. We decided to call it a day and we thanked the people who worked there, and we packed up and went home. We heard later that he's recovering well and wishes to go back to working there, and we are going back when everything is going okay. TLDR. At a friend's 14th birthday party, when we were on our own, a young man who had been acting odd had a fit/seizure for the first time. I saw someone almost giving into drugs and smoking. She always had me with her to say no to the people who offer her. Now she's on a different school and I see her smoke a lot, and sometimes I also see her do drugs. I don't talk to her anymore, but this one time I saw her alone. She told me that if she knew this, she tried way harder when she was in school with me so she could stay there, just so I could help her say no. It was heartbreaking. I knew I saved people from that kind of stuff more often, but I really care about all of them, and that's what broke me. Luckily not to drugs and smoking, but I did hurt myself for the 2 I couldn't hold on to. The 5 I helped successfully kinda dropped me last year, so I was total down. I guess that I just shouldn't be this close to people that just need me for that. So this story broke me too. My life went down really fast, got depressed, home situation also wasn't the best, didn't eat well, put my nails in hand for no reason at all, had a fight in school every day, grades sucked. Now that that's over, and I'm a little bit better, I had to go back to school, so now there are anxiety attacks every time I have to go. It's hard, but music keeps me alive. Listening and creating. Me and this guy started a good job at an auto factory at the same time. Him and his girlfriend recreationally tried heroin, and then became pretty steady users. She got pregnant, and got clean. He did not. He would use at work on break and either pass out in his car and come back an hour late, or pass out on the line. He rear-ended a semi on the highway one day coming into work and totaled his truck. All of his paychecks for 2 months were seized to pay for damages. The company's final straw was when he crashed his beater into another car outside the plant, fled the scene, and came onto company property, where he was then arrested. He was with his girlfriend for the birth of his son and hasn't seen him or her since. I hear has been spotted around the skate park a few times, bumming cigarettes and telling anyone he used to know that he's clean now, for real this time, and asking for a couple $100 or a place to stay just to get back on his feet. He was a great guy and really very smart. Was an athlete for a prestigious private high school, had a bright future with his family, but just can't get that monkey off his back. I cut ties with him not long before his demise, when he hit me up one day, "Hey man, I'm in your neighborhood, wondered if you wanted to hang out and then ride into work together." He came over, stinky and sweaty, and proceeded to pass out sitting up on my couch for 2 hours. That night at work he stole my cigarettes and $5 from my coat pocket. He was my first friend when I moved to a new city for this job 5 years ago. I hope he's doing better. Good friend of mine. Pretty oblivious when it comes to people. I love her to death. I met her shortly after her mother died. She inherited close to $250k. She blew all of it. She was let go from her job of 14 years because about a year before her mom died, she got kicked really hard in the head by a friend on accident. They were goofing around and she was not the same and couldn't focus on her workout anything really. She also has restless limb syndrome that is very bad, and due to this she was not able to really sleep for more than an hour to a day for a very long time, so that did some damage to her psychologically after periods of time. I'm pretty sure she started letting more questionable people into her house, got a job with my boss making $600 a month, and would not take on more work. Bought a truck I tried to warn her about, and would not listen to me when I told her to invest in a car that was only a year or two old. Wouldn't listen to me about buying a house she rented. She wanted land she could camp on, didn't get that either. She gambled most of it and lived off the rest and gave away money to friends who 99% didn't pay her back, and she won't make them. Even when I tell her to at income tax time point, she started letting druggies in her house to stay as roommates. None had jobs or were homeless because they couldn't pay for anything and had lived in that house with the same landlord for 16 years. I'm sure she was smoking meth, but can't prove it. She got evicted. I got a hold of her dad shortly before she got her eviction notice and told him everything that was going on. I tried several times to get her to go back to her home state with her dad. She kept saying no. Finally got kicked out after missing her eviction court date to get an extension so she could move all her stuff out, because apparently 30 days notice wasn't enough when you pretend it isn't happening. Went to stay with two 20-year-olds with one kid and another on the way, and only one of the three of them barely worked because she quit her job. She's in her mid-40s. She had no job, no car, no money. Refuses then and now to apply and fight for SSI disability she clearly needs because she is disabled in about 3 areas. The 20-year-olds told her she needed to leave because of something about her cat and how she was supposed to get rid of it. She finally goes back to her home state, and a month after her father dies. About a year later her ex-husband, but still best friend, dies. She's at her grandma's house now. Her stepmom and her are in the process of selling the house her dad and stepmom owns and are going to split the money. She wants to buy a car and be an Uber driver. She's not a great driver, but would suit her so she can travel a little and come back to our state because this is home to her. I'm sure she's off drugs now because she sounds more normal than she has in years. I'm hoping she gets to a more solid place in her life when she gets back and not fall back on with her druggy friends. Fingers crossed. This isn't really how someone ruined their life. I believe I ruined their life, so here it goes. When I was in primary school I had a friend, let's call him John. John was what we call an Islander knacker, a person who wears all Adidas and does drugs and hangs out in groups of people who just piss people off. We were friends since we were 5, so when I saw him changing into a knacker into scared, I didn't want to see him to have a shitty life. I tried my best to spend a lot more time with him and make sure he didn't get a chance to ruin his life. Hanging out with him was the most fun I will ever have. We went on adventures, walking in directions not know where we were going, and always get home. But when it was the last year of primary school, he was saying he was going to the same school as me. After we graduated he didn't. He went to a school we're knackered up on. I haven't seen him in about 4 years and I see pictures of him on Instagram and he looks great, but then he posted a picture of weed and I clicked the link it led to. It was another account that said we don't sell weed, it's from holidays. It wasn't they were selling, it was a private account. Now I think, if I had just gone to his school I could have stopped this. And if you're thinking it's not that bad, we're both 15, smoking weed underage, and even just smoking underage is bad for the still developing brains. I have dreams of me and him meeting each other again. And they all concluded with us hugging. I've never hugged John, so I feel even worse about the whole thing. I cry about it sometimes. I wish I knew that the last time I would see him was the last ELDR. I ruined my best friend's life, and I regret it every day. I tried to do a backflip on a trampoline in the spur of the moment when I was 21. Heard a loud crack and felt immediate pain. Went to the hospital in an ambulance, but because I could feel and move my legs, the doctor who checked me out said I didn't need an x-ray and that I'd probably just sprained a muscle. I should be out of pain in about 7 months. Started drinking almost daily to cope with the pain. That wasn't a good idea. I got a job as a cleaner 3 years later, my first job, and as my second year started, I'm in a world of pain. Missing a lot of days work. My boss tells me to get my back checked out. Turns out I'd fractured my T12 vertebrae and it lost 30% of its height. 4 years I'd been unaware I broke my back. I pushed through a few more months, but in October I had to quit. That was last year. I'm still in pain. I probably will be for the rest of my life. Apparently if I get pregnant, which I want to one day, I might have some issues. Found out a few months ago that I have a fatty liver. I've been 145 days sober now, so for now, I'm losing weight to help with both issues. I've lost about 14 kilograms since January, eating healthier. I understand that, because of a few stupid decisions I may have made my life a lot more difficult, but I'm trying to change it around. I'm just glad I didn't damage my spinal cord during the backflip. It could been a lot worse. I'm 25, so I hopefully have plenty of time to make a change. In year 12, we received a new homeroom teacher. Looking at her, she was your typical white, mid-40s career woman, stable job, 2 little girls and a loving husband. But to us guys in an all-boys school she was a sublime MILF. It helped that she was genuinely a pleasant person to be around, helpfully, somewhat funny, with everyone in the school quickly building good rapport with her. Throughout the year there was always lads going on about them wanting to sleep with her, for a better word. And one of my friends at the time, we'll call him Les, would be seen getting a lot of assistance from her. Cut to our prom, when she was being very flirty with everyone. We all thought she was just being friendly or maybe a bit drunk. And then cut again to the day before our year 12 graduation, when we get a letter saying one of our teachers was removed from education duties and investigation by the South Australian police. At our graduation night, the talk only revolved around who the mysterious teacher was, and attention turns to our missing friend Les. It turned out that Les and my homeroom teacher were having an affair. The relationship was less love and more burning your post-sex cigarettes on the underage teenager. She would buy him drugs, increase his grades, and gave him various goods for him to keep quiet. After this was in the open, her whole life was ruined. Her husband divorced, taking the kids away from the predator. She was arrested and sent to jail. Her whole family disowned her, and her face was plastered in every new channel on SAP. I was an army recruiter and had a kid reach out to me to join. I went and met up with him after hearing him say he had a few law violations but nothing major. Ran his fingerprints and he didn't have anything that would stop him from joining, but one of the charges was still open. I told him he needs to get it closed, so even if he plead guilty then he could join, but to see if he could get it dropped. Until he did either of those options, we couldn't move forward at all. Fast forward a month or so, and I get a message from him saying he needed to talk to me. I call him and ask what's up. Here's exactly what he says next. To the best of my recollection, well, I was with my girl and we were kissing and stuff. Then it started getting hot and heavy, and I went down and started eating her out. I stuck a finger in, then another, then I felt something, and I pull it out, and it's a condom with another dude's just in it. So I lost my shit and we start arguing. She said she didn't want to talk about it, but I wasn't letting it go, and eventually the cops got called. They came and even took my guns, but I wasn't arrested or anything. After having that bomb dropped in my ear I tried to figure out the pertinent sheet. I asked him a few times if he was charged with anything and what exactly, and he couldn't tell me. I told him we'd have to wait a few days to update to the website. In NM you can search anyone by name and get their criminal history. Few days later, and I pull it up to show charges of battery of a household member and false imprisonment. No way he was getting into the army. Even if he pleaded down, the army sees accepting a plea deal as pleading guilty to the original charges. I told him that, unless he could manage to get both charges dismissed, or be found not guilty, then he couldn't join. I had a mutual friend with him, and about 6 months later I had a question regarding retirement benefits, so I hit him up. A few messages in, and he says, "Man, did you hear about Devon?" I say, "Yeah man, it sucks." I think the army cold helped him, but he ruined any chance of that. He says, "No man, he's dead. He started hanging out with a bunch of wannabe gangsters. They were downtown and got in an argument. He pulled out a gun and the other guys did too, and he got shot. I know the dude cold done well if he'd applied himself to anything legitimate." I had suggested Job Corps and becoming a welder after he'd been disqualified from the army. He just needed to get his head out of his ass and use his assets, but he didn't do it. Gambling. Worked in a bookies for a few years. While at university, a young guy was in one night and started to hit and shout at the roulette machine / fort. He had been in and out taking calls and was becoming increasingly agitated. He seemed a nice enough guy and was about my age, so I went over and asked him to chill out a bit. He did and seemed contrite. He asked me to load money to the machine from the counter. £100. He then told me this was his last £100 and that he'd spent the £900 he needed for food, rent, and bills, along with the kid's birthday money. Anyway, he starts to play with this £100. I watched him play for a bit, and he was up, down, up, switched machines, switched back again, up, down, up, eventually, £200, £650, £1,100, £900, £918.76, or thereabouts. £20 or so over what needed. I've never seen anyone celebrate with such relief. A guttural roar left his lips as he sank to his knees. He came over with the ticket, literally trembling. We didn't carry that kind of cash in the till in the eventing, so I told him I'd have to open the safe, which took 30 minutes. I gave him the £18.76 and told him to go for a beer, phone the missus, and come back in half an hour. When the safe opened, I wrapped the £900 in 2 big cash bags and duct taped it to the nth degree to make sure he wasn't tempted. Looked like a kilograms of heroin. Unopenable with bare hands, he came back, collected his money, thanked me profusely, and left. I'm not a big gambler, but I had a 50p bet on in the bookmakers next door. They tend to cluster in the UK, and wandered in to check it and chat to the girls who worked there. As I went in, the same guy passed me on the way out and nodded sheepishly. I glanced over to their roulette machines. The same cash bag burst open. I asked the girl at the counter how much he'd put in. £900. In less than 15 minutes. Maybe not the quickest someone's ruined their life. Maybe he didn't ruin his life, but it just showed that gambling is a hell of a drug. If he'd been an alcoholic or a drug addict, he could maybe have got through a few £100 of that before his body gave in and he came to his senses, but no, the lot, gone. Not me. Older friend. He was really good friends with this girl. Let's call her E. I knew her a little bit, and she was always nice to me. Apparently, E was really smart, and she probably could have gotten into a Russell Group uni if she had tried. In year 12, she was 16. She made friends with this other girl. BB was not a nice person, cruel and manipulative. She always acted really nice in front of B, but was horrible to my friend. She kept on trying to drive wedges between E and my friend. At one point she even tried to get him arrested. My friend and E drifted apart because of B, who started to get E in trouble. Before she knew B, she never got into trouble. Didn't touch alcohol, never mind drugs. My friends went to a party, not knowing they'd be there, and when he turned up, he saw E absolutely pissed and sitting on a guy's lap. Guy seemed pleased with himself. My friend left shortly after, but he said that he had gotten extremely drunk and then B had encouraged her to do some cocaine. He did and immediately had a very bad reaction. They took her to hospital, but she sadly passed away. My friend was devastated, but when he went to school the next day, B did not seem to care in the slightest. She didn't get charged for anything, but she is now in prison for possession with intent to distribute, which is good point, thanks for reading. In my time by the German Marine, we had a obviously mentally unstable recruit in our group. Nobody knew why they gave him to us, since when were the guys and women for technical and medical aid in fight situations, while he was supposed to get trained for our divers, which didn't had any common points with us. We felt like he was sent to us because the divers wanted to get rid of him and make him quit the service, and he seemed to realize it too. So he gave triple effort in everything he did to convince them to send him back to his dream job, and was totally ill after the day was over, crying himself into sleep in his cabin, probably also abused medicaments to make him feel better. I'm still feeling bad for not helping him in that time. I dumb as I was believed he would grow stronger, stable and stuff, if he has to figure out himself a way to make it better. After our boat got sent back to Germany, he formally asked to get transferred back to the divers, and we all supported him with perfect reports, since he made a truly great job and put in all effort in something he didn't like nor had talent for to prove himself. But that didn't help, and he was ordered to stay with us for reasons nobody explained to us. He could just have quitted on that day with perfect reports. Young age, experience, big money and everything, but he didn't. He would have gotten any job or apprenticeship he wanted in the civil life. He had perfect chances. From this day on, he put 4 more times the effort in his things than we did, and got angrier and stuff. Totally unstable. So I believed it was the best for all to report that to the medical office responsible for us. They were idiots, and instead of helping him, they started a formal investigation if he had the necessary strength of character to be a soldier, which just made it worse. Some weeks later, he exploded on the shooting range and aimed on the commanding officer. A friend of mine reacted fast enough and shot him before he could pull the trigger, but his life was over on this day. He killed himself in the hospital a few days later. The sad thing is, they never investigated what happened. It was just filed as suicide because of mental illness. They didn't even allow us to leave to attend his funeral, nor paying respect for him. My friend, who shot him, told me later on that it got covered up because some middle-class officers made shit instead of their job and feared to lose their career, and so it went. Being someone who just watched as things went on inside my groups and others involved, I've got a few stories. Grade 8, friend in my class, came back from vacation with a droopy left side of the face. Turns out he had a stroke or something. Full recovery. He got picked at for it lightly, but his close friends stood up for him. 1 month later his mother dies of skin cancer. The vacation was to spend their last moments together, and it was ruined, only for him to be picked at for it by his peers. I only met his mom once, and even if she didn't pass I wouldn't forget her face, smile, warmth. It was obvious that her heart was truly with her kids. Fast forward, her son abused, is clean now, wow, drugs, and resulted in schizophrenia, predisposed. His brother caught a murder charge hanging around the wrong crowd. Rest in peace. Grade 11, 2 brothers known for being tough, charming, kind to friends, dangerous to strangers when drunk, popular and looked up to as like the big boys of our generation in town. They never said no to a fight and always won. We all knew where this was going as I had a bunch before any of it went there. Gangs were hitting a high in this town, Somalian gangs predominantly, in a town that's used to Hell's Angels and such. They weren't overly welcome, and they knew it. Much like any gang, these newer people demanded a joint from the boys. They said fuck off, got into a scrap, and won a little too hard. One dude got messed up pretty bad, and they wanted revenge. Well, later that night they caught up to them. One of the brothers was stabbed 6 times in the midsection. The other brother, running to save his sibling, got stabbed in the head. The man who was stabbed 6 times dragged his brother over to a tree, where he died with him in his arms. Came in this world together, left this world together. Rest in peace. My friend from high school was super lanky and small, got made fun of as such. We had a homosexual guy in our school that was popular, and decided that any man who he liked was gay, given enough pressure. Well, this less popular kid got made fun of for being gay by the homosexual guy and his peers, to force him out of the closet. He isn't homosexual. To rebound on the new pressure to fit into a group, Any group he chose my group. Drugs. Smoking weed to be cool. He really enjoyed pot and is a good smart person. I liked having him around. Eventually, weed and the odd mushroom/ecstasy trip wasn't doing it for him. After high school, morphine was cool. I worked any job I could to make money at this time. At McDonald's working with him, I would force him to go home because he was high on hydromorphones most days. This turned into Xanax, then straight to fentanyl purposely. His group split after one dipshit injected my buddy with a higher dose of heroin, and he died before being brought back. That was a wake-up call for a lot of them, I think. Still doing dumb shit, but it's not heroin. Last I seen my friend, he was at McDonald's lineup doing the opiate lean. I walked up behind him to straighten him up. He was so happy to see me and gave me his number. I never called him, and I wish I did. He's a good man, and I hope he is alive. Addiction is horrible, but it never turned him into a bad person. It just drained his drive to do anything else. Turns out the person who was doping him up now with his parent money is the best friend and main influencer to the guy who bullied him to begin with. She usually came up with all of the ideas. I came close to pulling her out of the car and publicly shaming her in McDonald's, but her faking baby was in the back seat. Trash. Should have called CPS too, but I was a dumbass. One of my parents' closet friends from my mom and dad's college. Mom was an immigrant, and this lady was one of the people working in the immigrant program that helped my mom a ton. I remember very little because I was very young at the time, but I knew she was married to a much older man. I remember never really being able to understand their relationship, and we saw them drift further and further apart slowly until they were only living together and eventually divorcing. It came out that the old guy had been cheating on her with other women before they were divorced. Apparently this is what ruined their relationship, but I didn't know that at my age. Before they divorced, he took all their money out of bank account and moved to another country with another girl, way young. He eventually came back, and they divorced shortly after. This was the lady's third or fourth divorce. After they divorced, this lady sold all of her properties. She was a heavy entrepreneur and real estate owner. She also did multi-level marketing though, but actually made some money, I think. Anyway, she sold everything she owned and became homeless. She gave it all to some people from another country to save people's lives or some shit like that. She fell for the textbook Nigerian scam that she thought she sends money to them and they will send 10x more back. She's now literally homeless, at one point suicidal, but no longer suicidal, and she still thinks she saved people's lives and they will send her back money. She refuses to come to terms with the fact that she was scammed, to the point where I don't feel safe around her anymore. My parents ignore her now because nobody wants to be around her. She's gone absolutely crazy. I also have suspicions that she may have dabbed with drugs. She really looks bad sometimes. Meth. I know drugs are cliche, but meth is different. I don't think anyone understands until they see it firsthand. I was addicted to opiates and heroin for 4 years and it's nothing compared to meth. I don't know why, but meth just seems to change a person a lot quicker, especially when they begin to fourth it. I had a buddy and his go who just started smoking it. Within a year they were shooting it up and literally constantly getting into some dumb shit. These people never stole or anything like that, and all of a sudden they're hanging out at meth houses, literally living at them. Everybody in those houses are stealing little bullshit thing from each other constantly. Pens, headphones, whatever. My buddy starts taking apart everything. Literally everything, phones, vacuums, lawnmowers, everything, just to try and put them back together or fix them when they aren't even broke in the first place. I come to his house and he has organized piles of wires, chips, batteries, all sorts of shit. He's constantly engaging in serious high-risk behavior. Riding around with degenerates that steal cars on a whim and run from the cops. Just the way he went from a decently smart and safe person to absolute fearless of going to jail is really disturbing. Yeah, heroin fucks you up, and you probably have a higher chance of odd, but it never made me not fear going to jail or having complete psychosis. I would see the people at the meth house literally just acting like zombies, seeing their skin crawl, or bugs, or the shadow people PPL literally who've not slept in a week just twacked and mentally gone. Scary sheet man. Buddy and his girlfriend both ended up in jail for a while. Now she's out, and pregnant from her new boyfriend she's known 2 months. SMH. Fuck meth. Someone I used to know was an Eagle Scout. Top 10 of his class in high school, made it into a school in Amsterdam for his freshman year. He was really big into weed however. I don't mean like, high all the time, just having good vibes, and wanting to relax. This guy was insufferable when he was sober and high. He was narcissistic as shit, and probably the biggest incel I've ever come across. He was also extremely cynical and thought life was worthless and his only escape was to get high all the time. He was really irritable while high too. This addiction led to many moments where my friends and I tried to intervene and tell him to stop, because he was gonna screw up his life and he would just laugh and call us dumbass. Fast forward to college. He was staying with a family in Amsterdam for his schooling. They had a strict no drug policy for the academic program he was in. He got caught not once, not twice, but 3 times just smoking some weed in his room. They also found psychedelics and other stuff. They deported him back to the States and his parents kicked him out. Last I checked, before cutting ties he forced his brother to take him in and leeches off of him like a parasite with no real future besides just getting high and angry at the world. He apparently doesn't even take responsibility. Multiple people have confronted him and been like dude you faked up, to which he almost always deflects the blame on the state of the world or blames someone else for where he's at. Not my story but my mom's. When she was in high school most of her friends were boys, and usually they would all split from one another at parties. Well, one time my mom was the designated driver. Almost half the group knew someone who got messed up because of drunk drivers beforehand, and made a pact that they would switch turns every time or so. Well, the cops got called and everybody split. My mom managed to find some of her friends and leave before anything bad happened to them. About 3 hours later they were trying to find the lost members of the group to see if they were okay when they got a call about their friend named Tyson. He had jumped into a friend's car and tried to drive them away when he crashed. He was the only one that got seriously hurt though, but he was put on life support for like months and eventually he just passed away. My mom said that the other kid in the car just broke a few bones, but they didn't really get in trouble because they lived in a small town and everyone was messed up about Tyson. She said that they were only at the party for like 10 minuets before it all happened. She didn't even see Tyson drink anything, but other kids saw him drinking, but they said it wasn't much. Thankfully he didn't crash into anybody else, he just hit a tree a few blocks away from the party. My mom's told me that if I were a boy she would name me Tyson in honor of him. Guy I worked with was in a horrible car accident years before I met him. He and his brother were driving home early in the morning after a night of drinking. He blacked out and ran the car off the road and head on into a tree. He was ejected and woke up in the hospital a few days later. His brother was dead, and they ended up needing to amputate his left arm, both of his legs at the hip, and lots of facial reconstruction with skin grafts, where the side of his head got really messed up, costing him his ear. This man was the poster child of why you shouldn't drink and drive. After years of depression he decided to get his life on track, and started working at Walmart where I later met him. His official title was Garden Center Greeter, but rarely was he greeting. He put that power chair of his to work placing plants with his one arm and dragging empty pallets with a bungee attached to his chair to their designated location. He always had a upbeat attitude and was super friendly. Most importantly though, he took his experience and volunteered to go to the local high school and tell his story to students, so hopefully they wouldn't make the same mistakes he did. Happened in southwestern France, in the Basque/Bayonne area. They hate outsiders there, so I was ostracized from a young age for being foreign, British. My friend group was all the other outsiders in the school, the black kids, Arabs, and my best friend the gypsy. He came from a tough family. At the age of 5 his father and big brother were already in jail. He learned to defend himself, having a violent family, but had a good heart. First day at school, when he saw me getting beaten up for the umpteenth time, he defended me and beat up the kids beating me up. We were best friends for 12 years. Unlike the rest of his family, he stayed out of trouble thanks to my family. He stayed at our house more than with his parents, and he only got into trouble when he was protecting me or my honor. He was average in class, but had great artistic talents which we encouraged him to explore. He was family, knew the key code for our hotel, everything. Even the police knew him as a good kid, having seen him driving his alcoholic mother home at the age of 12 and letting him off because he was the responsible kid who stayed away from crime point. When we were 16 we made a couple new friends, more outsiders. My parents and me went back to the UK for Christmas, and while we were away, these new friends asked him to let them in our hotel, also where we lived, for a day. He accepted as a one-off. They got him drunk, drugged him up, partied for 2 weeks in our hotel, and invited 20 more people. Trashed the hotel, drank all the booze behind the bar, crashed father's car, and stole loads of sheet. The cops didn't take long to identify the culprits, and he was included in that bunch. He was no longer allowed to be my friend. He tried to commit suicide a couple of times, once where I'm the one who stopped him. Without my family around him, he ended up going back down the route of his father and brother. Last I heard he was in prison for GBH and drug dealing. I had a friend who was very successful and one of the most well-respected people in his line of work who for some reason suspected a guy of flirting with his wife while he was overseas on business. When he got back, he tracked the guy down to a very public place and sucker punched him. It was one of those punches that, while it didn't kill the guy, pretty much destroyed his face, shattering his jaw and breaking an eye socket. The guy pressed criminal charges and sued him for everything he was worth. The place where it happened just happened to be owned by a huge company that my friend had consulted for and just scored a huge exclusive contract with. The whole reason he was overseas. The company backed out and cancelled the contract. He lost his business and home. He was barred from traveling to certain countries overseas due to being a convicted criminal, which really stung because his wife was Japanese and they would frequently visit her family there. He went from being a guru of sorts to some of the most talented and famous folks in the world to a pariah in less than a month. All of this because of his own paranoia and hot-headedness and a single bad decision to violently assault someone. I have a friend who ruined their life with spice, synthetic cannabis. He would smoke the stuff until he went unconscious and would turn blue/purple. Moat everyone that tried the stuff, including me, an addict that has done almost every drug under the sun and enjoyed them, hated the stuff. It was an hour that felt like a lifetime of the worst psychosis I can imagine. It was worse than a bad mushroom/LSD/salvia trip by a long shot. He's now schizophrenic to the highest degree. Delusions of grandeur out the wazoo as well. He was a really smart kid from a wealthy family, not ugly. He believes he's the international president of the world/Jesus, and that the leaders of the world, especially Obama, have stolen his ideas and are giving him meds to weaken his powers, and that they have sued him for trillions of dollars. He has gotten somewhat better over the years, but he's still convinced he can read minds, and that Lil Wayne is going to take him to Jerusalem through a portal to run the Illuminati. He also has this strange idea that he pushes all the time, no matter the conversation about breeding cows and how his plan will end world hunger. I still stay in touch with him, since the majority of people cut him out and treated him very poorly, but he's a very nice person and is very genuine. Added bonus, he said, when he finally sits on his throne he'll be his #1 slave and he'll be able to sleep with a few of his wives. Lumfeo. I had started dating my boyfriend at the time, my junior year of college. We make it through to graduation. Unfortunately he had to move to San Antonio and I to Dallas to finish up grad school, but we decide to make a long distance work. A couple months later he randomly starts acting very hyper/scattered brained. He would go on rants with me about random stuff that he gave no context about for me to even follow, so it seemed like he was ranting to himself. The following weekend he comes to Dallas to see me, but is acting the same way, so I confront him about it and ask him what's been going on with him to where he's acting so different. He then goes into a story about how he cheated on me with some other guys who had him try meth, and how amazing sex is on meth, and how I had to try it. He then starts ecstatically telling me how he has some on him, and how we should immediately smoke it and go have sex. I immediately tell him that this is not the person I fell in love with, and we ended things, and he drove back to San Antonio. I get a text from his cousin a couple days after asking if I had heard from him. His dad is a colonel at the Air Force base there. His cousin tells me that the last time anyone had seen him, he was running around the Air Force base naked. I hadn't heard anything else since. I'm not sure if this is considered fast, but when I was 15, my ex who was 14 cheated on me. It didn't really matter too much, because it was high school. It's not like we lived together or anything. It did sting a bit. Anyways, he got upset at me for finding out, despite his mom posting a photo of them cuddling on Facebook, captioned with something like they look quite happy together, screamed at me over the phone, and broke up with me. I spent the rest of my summer playing XGO, and he spent the rest of his underage drinking, smoking cigarettes and befriending the wrong crowd. Before, I guess he didn't have time to hang out with the wrong crowd, because he was always with my friends, and September rolls around, and we go back to school. I was sitting in the library when I see police escort him out of the school. Not really sure what happened. Rumors said he was caught with coke, but they could just rumors. He begins showing up drunk to school all the time. He still was in contact with one of my friends. One day I came back from co-op and my ex was using my friend as a crutch because he was too drunk and couldn't walk to the bathroom. Now almost 4 years later, I hear he didn't graduate high school, has no job, and cheated on yet another girlfriend, and is possibly an alcoholic. I guess what's sad is he used to have huge dreams of opening his own car shop or designing cars for companies. He also used to be an amazing baseball player, but he quit after we broke up. Last I saw him, he was drunkenly riding his bike down our town's main street. He crashed, then started yelling belligerently at absolutely nothing. Somebody asked him if he was okay, but he started screaming at them. I'm already late for this party, but here goes nothing. My uncle, let's call him T, lived at the countryside and was a teacher for almost 7 years. For some unknown reasons to me, he got fired. This was the first time. He later came to the city, lived with us for some time. He was Mr. Know Everything. Caught him lying couple of times. My dad saw potential in him and got a fundraiser to take him back to university to take a diploma. Not sure which diploma he got through, graduating after 3 years. Let me remind you, all through he lived with us, meaning even when my parents traveled there was someone in the house. I hated this, so T graduated. Dad got him work after about 6 months. Once he got his first paycheck, he moved out in about a year, brought his family, wife, 2 sons, to the city. Life was good for him, earning good money, since he worked for an NGO that was well funded. Later on, almost 2 years into his employment, promotions were advertised through a memo stating that management posts were available for individuals with degrees, so Tiaka, Mr. Know Everything, decided to forge a degree and got the job. Now life become better for him, like really good. I could see him buying a V8 engine soon. But you see, 4 months into his career he gets a dismissal letter accusing him of forgery. What my uncle didn't know is that his workplace usually follows up on every documentation given to them. So here he is, just getting used to this life that was almost handed to him on a silver platter with his family, and without a warning gets fired almost end month, pay time, and told to evacuate office immediately. It's almost 5 years since, and he has never regained even to half where he was. I feel sad for him and my cousins. TLDR, uncle destroys life twice, and the second time was worse. When my sister was a minor, she wrecked my dad's car while he was out of town. She didn't have her ID on her and claimed to be me all the way down to my social security number and address. She then abandoned the car and told my dad it had been stolen. My dad and I weren't speaking at the time, so I knew nothing about it until the FBI took me in for a stolen identity interview. When it was all done, my sister realized that my dad's wrath was nothing compared to the trouble she would be in if she did it again, or as an adult, didn't do it again, and we thought it was all over. Skip to yesterday, when I subscribed to a background check site, and the first thing I do is check myself. I have 2 backgrounds, one with no information aside from my address at the time of the investigation, and the other with my sister's name as an alias and both of our information as one person. Neither of us have been angels, so the criminal background is extensive and has been used for the both of us for the past 18 years. My sister was recently accepted for exclusive college courses and has her background check for it next week, which is obviously not long enough to have it fixed. She's been working toward this along with working full-time and being a mother of 2 for the past 3 years, and this has the potential to throw all of that work down the drain. My buddy was arguing with his girlfriend when she called the cops and they had him arrested. She's an abusive alcoholic, has a good dad, was told he can't go home till it's all worked out, so he can't see his kid, who he provides for, while the alcoholic mom goes out every night. Well, 2 weeks ago he came to my house for BBQ and beers and a rant because he is beyond mad about the situation. Well, when he left I didn't see him again for over a week. Turned out he walked his busters to the house to check on his son. Girlfriend sees him and calls the cops. Understandable, has not allowed there, but comes outside to talk to him. When the cops show up she says, "Run Steve, run." And his drunk as did. They caught him right away. He told them he had contact with COVID. Stupid move because they shoved those Q-tip things way into his nose twice, once at hospital and one when he entered jail and was arrested and got his weed that he just bought confiscated and arrested and sent to a local jail. He now can't see his kid ever, and it paved the way for her to get full custody, and because of his absence at work was fired. Now has on house arrest at his parents' jobless, kidless, homeless. Friend in college was an amazing track athlete. I'm not big into track, so I can't say what numbers are good or bad, but from what I understand, my man was dominating the 100 meter sprint. He was also working on an MBA with all A's from freshman to junior year. We went out drinking together one night. Somehow, we got split up and ended up going to different parties a few hours in. Not a big deal. We both just met up with different friends we found along the way. Figured we'd see each other later or the next day. Next day comes around and I can't find my buddy. No calls or texts. He isn't in his dorm. I start to really panic. I mean, I hang out with dude nearly every day. Well, a week passes and he's finally back. He tells me that at some point in the night, him and his friends, made their way back to the dorms. He did a little blow. It was normal for our group. No one was ever addicted to it and was headed back out to party some more. For whatever reason, when they get off the elevator at ground floor, he decides to sprint. His friends are laughing and just walking behind him when he trips while still sprinting. He does one of those running while leaning over, trying to catch you moves, and ends up diving headfirst into a concrete pillar. That was 4 years ago, and we are still friends. Daily headaches due to his TB, constant short-term memory loss of random things, unstable sleep schedule, can't hold down a job due to the medical issues, and so much more. I could just go on and on with the issues it's caused. Just recently, he couldn't get out of his car, went to the ER. Turns out, he'd also broken 3 vertebrae in his back during his accident. No one noticed this. Over the 3 to 4 years untreated, the bones had started to calcify together. He'll always be one of my best friends, but he's not the same best friend I had 4 years ago. One night of drinking can ruin your life forever. It can end your life forever. Please be safe. Back in college on Halloween, my roommate and I were walking back to our apartment and there was this guy standing outside of a neighbor's apartment who was having a party. Apparently they kicked him out because he was too faked up. We tried walking past him and he punched my roommate in the face out of nowhere. So we started getting in his face like, what the fuck? We started beating on the door to the apartment that he was kicked out of and nobody was opening it. We called the cops and warned him he needed to leave before they got there. He just kept growling at us saying incoherent shit. He kept jumping behind these corners of the apartment complex and peeking his head out at us like he was playing peekaboo. I assume he was on bath salts. We kept telling him that the cops were coming, but he didn't seem to register it until they actually showed up. Once they did, he ran into the woods behind the apartment complex. Unfortunately for him there was snow on the ground, so the cops followed his footsteps in the snow and found him behind a tree. They told him to step out, and he grabbed one of the cops and tried to punch him. The other cop tased him, and they took him to jail for assault on a police officer. Pretty sure the kid woke up kicked out of school with a felony charge with no memory of what happened at all. Not a super juicy story, but my boyfriend and I have been hooked on watching this old game show together. So, it aired in 2009, and it's called The Moment of Truth. You take a polygraph test, and are asked something like 51 super personal questions and they don't show you the results. You then have to answer the same questions on stage, and if your answer doesn't match your polygraph results, you lose the money point. So, Episode 5. There's this woman named Lauren on the hot seat and her husband Frank is in this little area they have friends and family sit at. The episode just gets progressively worse and worse and worse. She admits to finding homeless people gross and filthy. She admits she blames her husband for her lack of friends. She stole money from her work. She admits she would leave him if her ex asked to take him back. Then the final bombshell drops. Predictably at this point, it turns out she has also cheated on him. The poor husband didn't seem to know any of this. His reactions were pretty genuine. Hilariously though, she loses the money. All of it. The final question is, do you think you're a good person? And she says yes. It comes up false. A few years ago, when I was in 7th or 8th grade, I had this friend that was a female. She seemed like that very innocent person that wouldn't hurt a fly. We became good friends, did almost everything together, and soon I kinda started having some feelings for her, but at that time I was very shy. I never told her how I felt about her. A few months go by, and I see she starts getting along with the so-called cool kids, and well, she was pretty, like really pretty, so I knew it would happen sooner or later. She particularly stayed around this really muscular kid that played basketball, and they seemed like they were really into each other. I was still kinda relevant to her though, like we hung out here and there, but not like how she and this kid did. Time goes by and well, she comes up to me one day and says if I want to come over to her house. OFC, like any other teenager I said yes, since I had a crush on her. We get there, we start talking, we hang out for a while, and then she just stares at me and in a split second starts pouring tears. As the good person, I ask what's wrong and she says, I faked him and now I'm pregnant. I was mind blown. She said she didn't want to tell her parents because they would kick her out. She ended up telling them and they got mad, but eventually supported her. Well, now she's a teen mom. She ended up dropping out because of all the hate at school and I never heard of her again. Oh, and the guy she had sex with didn't support her at all. You know how a lot of high schools had those couples with excessive PDA? My school had one of those that would have full-on makeout sessions at 11:30 daily for all to see. It was weird, and we thought nothing of it. But one day they thought it was a good idea to take their relationship to the next level. In the school had one unisex bathroom, which was the perfect opportunity to do who knows what. The boy walks in promptly at 11:30 and the girl goes in 5 minutes later. Right across from that room was a classroom, and the teacher always made a habit to stand in sight line of the bathroom so nothing screwy like this happened. He walks out of his classroom and knocks on the door. We were also one of the many schools that had the dainty tiles that fall out easily for a ceiling. In an absolute panic, the boy hoists the girl into the ceiling to hide and walks out. Teach walks right in to check out the situation, and a few seconds later, the girl falls through the tiles onto the floor. Teach said, "You better have a good reason for being up there." To which she responded, "I left my lunch money in the ceiling." She ended up breaking things off with him and became the laughing stock of the school. The boy was filed as a sex offender, but I wouldn't doubt that's all that happened to him. Friend of mine after high school. A few of us went to a party thrown by a buddy we hadn't heard from in a couple years. This girl shows up, and my friend spent all night talking to her. Nobody knows who she is, and she looks a little young to be there. I asked how old she was, and she got all offended and told me she left her license at home. She complained to my friend that she didn't like us and she wanted to leave. We faking begged him not to go. We said there was no way she was even 18, much less old enough to be drinking. He left with her anyways. Next morning he bragged to everyone that they had sex. He bragged about it so much over the next couple of days that her cousin found out about it. She immediately told the girl's parents and they called the police. My 21-year-old friend had sex with a 15-year-old girl. He called me freaking out because he was on his way home from work and there were 2 police cars parked across the street. He asked what he should do, and I answered completely honestly. We tried to tell you what to do when you left with her, but you didn't listen. Now you have to accept the consequences of that. Go home and don't run. It'll only make it worse. We heard later that afternoon that he was arrested and was being charged with statutory rap as well as contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Dude tried to blame anybody he could. He wanted to get out of as much as he could. He tried to blame the kid throwing the party. Tried to blame a friend of ours who invited us. Just any one point. I haven't heard from him in years, but he's now a registered sex offender and apparently he never stopped seeing that girl. They just hid it until she was 18. So he didn't learn a damn thing from it. Still blames everyone but himself, which is why we all stopped talking to him. Me back in 2014 I did DMT my friend had bought. First few times were great and very relaxing. I always wanted to do it since I heard Joe Rogan talk about his experiences. One night I took it before bed. I was having a very bad day with work, parents, and playing online games wasn't helping me relax. I instantly went into a bad trip for about an hour, where I tell you not a single word could help you comprehend what I experienced. I ended up developing psychosis and extreme anxiety. Think multiple panic attacks daily from the psychosis. Add on depression I was working through beforehand and you get 6 years of nothing great. Couldn't hold a job because of the psychosis and anxiety. Couldn't keep appointments for therapy and counseling, so I haven't been on any meds for 5 years now. I'm 29 still living with parents who feel like I'm exaggerating everything, and I lost all my friends in the meantime. I accidentally mixed medication and alcohol during a bright occasion. I've become a recluse who sticks to his 2-day-a-week job and his bedroom. This is nothing to feel sorry for, but I feel a little better when I get to tell people how stupid I was for using something potentially dangerous to make myself feel good for a short time. Don't do drugs y'all. Not even when someone famous makes it out to be fun and fancy. Technically, it was me who ruined their life because I acted as the consequences for their actions. My father. He was an abusive bastard. Beat me, my brother, my mother, and my little sister had to witness all of it. Well, after 23 years of suffering him, I made a plan to take everything he claims to hold dear from him. I would like to claim it was some master plan with well-defined steps, but it wasn't. It was just determination to ruin his life and take every opportunity to do it and improvise on the way. I encouraged my mother to leave him. I testified at her behalf in court for her own assault case, the custody case for my little sister, and told anyone who cared to listen what kind of man he was in the end. He now has no contact with any of his family, has a restraining order against my mother, my little sister and my brother, lives in a tiny little cabin in the woods that doesn't have electricity or running water because he can't pay the bills. Thanks to all the money he has to pay for the court cases, child support and shit, is unemployed and even his own mother refuses to speak to him. And funny thing is, after my mom left, he found some woman, knocked her up, and then tried to use the same tactics as he used with my mother to make her stay. But she had none of it. So, now I have a half brother, which he will never meet again, and has to pay child support for the next 18 years too. He used to call life and how things worked a game. I guess I learned his game and beat him in it. God, I love karma. And the situation is still ongoing. He is currently still tied up in court for attempting to hide assets during the divorce proceedings, and I've been going through old pictures of our old house to see what he sold for cash during the divorce. So far, there is at least one car that has mysteriously disappeared, some power tools and metalworking industrial machinery, and a home entertainment system, along with at least €1,000 worth of scrap metal and copper wiring and stuff, which he claims he didn't sell, that it was cleaning the yard. All the discrepancies I spot I report to my mother, who forwards them to her lawyer. Late to the party, but I'll leave this here anyway. So there was this guy, we'll call him Richard. I would say, as much as people may disagree with me, he was quite smart and used to be quite likable. In year 10th, 14-15 for readers from other countries, He started dating a girl and long story short he sexually harassed her many times and would then deflect any accusations by saying I can't be a sexual harasser, I've been sexually harassed. That story is a very shaky one as he claims the school deleted the footage of his friend sexually harassing him, but the school keeps everything backed up on magnetic tape, so unless he got in the place they are stored and snapped the tape, he's a liar. Though the school might not have been bothered with pulling up the tape, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for now. He would also send dick pics to girls within 5 hours of knowing them when they said they didn't want any, and when a friend of mine made a bit of fun of him on an Xbox chat he was on, he threatened to both hit him with a bus and stab him in the jugular, leading to my favorite inside joke, drive a bus into his jugular. Also there was one time he had a crush on a black girl, said they're pretty even though they're black, and then said he's not racist because he liked a black girl and was changing up his palette. On our early last day, because of the pandemic most people in our friend group blocked him. But this is just one side of the story of how he destroyed himself, the other is his grades. He would constantly not revise for tests and would have gotten dropped down from separate sciences. In the UK you can either do 3 separate sciences for 3 qualifications, or combined science for 2, had we stayed in school. He would miss homework all the time because of cadets or his PTSD from being sexually harassed. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. His grades kept dropping. The highest I know of him getting is a 5, 9 being the highest, 1 being the lowest. Before I end this comment I would like to mention a plethora of unfunny Holocaust jokes that all of my friends and I stopped doing 1 or 2 years ago. I now have time to respond to this, so here it is. Point: I wasn't arguing. I was merely responding the struggles you talked about, and how you talked about them make you sound young and angsty. If anything, I validated what you said. I just explained to you how that excuse is only valid for so long. You have to take ownership of your problems at some point. I never said anything about an emotionally stunted person self-diagnosing anything. See a doctor, talk to a friend, or do whatever you need to do to try and overcome. Facing it head on doesn't mean doing it alone. That's awesome, man. I'm glad that you're doing something that's fulfilling for you / progresses you. You were implying that what you wrote about was about yourself. Either way, it's out there for anyone dealing with the struggle to take in. My anecdotal experiences are that most gamers fantasize about being a streamer or making it big on it. Tell me it isn't extremely common. Don't be ridiculous. I stopped being a gamer right in the beginning of the streaming boom though, so it may be slightly different now. I still game to this day, but a more balanced and healthy way. It was my crutch for a long time, so I've gone through most of what you originally talked about. My point is, anyone, eventually need to face your problems instead of hiding from life behind a screen. How you were raised, how you were treated, and the pseudo-gifted label realization are hurdles for sure, but you have to hurdle them. Once you understand that those are the causes, it's no longer a valid excuse. A guy that I knew when I was in middle school and dated for a week or 2 is a drug addict now. I kinda noticed him slipping into the I have to be cool phase, so I immediately got out of the relationship, but since we lived in the same block I kinda had the front row seats to watch his issues. After I broke up with him, he tried dating almost all the other girls approximate our age. I think he was trying to prove something to his friends or something, who kept on rejecting him. He grew a bit better from that. He then got back together with his ex, who he had dated before me, who was genuinely a beach. After that he got into cigarettes at first, then alcohol and weed, then he spiraled downward into the stronger drugs. His girlfriend kept on praising his addictions because she found it masculine. He lost his friends to both his addictions and his girlfriend, since she spread gossips to get them to fight each other. I only know this because of the gossips going around in the restrooms. This was all in the course of a few months. I honestly hope he'll finally realize what has happened and try to get clean. Moral of the story: you don't have to be cool, kids. Say no. I actually watched myself ruin my own life quicker than anyone I've ever seen. I was working a super stressful investment banking job about 10 years ago, which I think made me susceptible to problems. I was hanging out with friends on a Friday night, whining about how hard work had been. A buddy broke a green pill in half, crushed it up on my counter, and gave me a straw. Said to snort it. I was in an experimental phase in my life, So I snorted it. Lol, my life was immediately ruined. The next day I bought the rest of his green pills. He then referred me to his mother who had cancer and said I'd need to get them from her if I needed more, and I definitely needed more. Within a month, it would cost me $120 just to get out of my bed. I'd immediately wake up and go to my bathroom to rail for oxycodone blues just to go to work without withdrawing from the pills within another month. My friend's mom was out of oxy. At that point, I had a good, yet stressful, job, a serious girlfriend, a house, a close family, and a raging opiate addiction that nobody knew about. Naturally, I had to go to the streets to get heroin so I could continue my career and relationship pretending I had no problem. Within 5 years I was in and out of debt, exes and rehabs, $1.5 million in insurance money spent on getting my stupid ass clean. Lost 60 pounds. Eventually everybody knew what happened. I've been clean for nearly 4 years and that period in my life is like a black hole. Literally just finished paying off my drug debts last month. I was friends with a 21-year-old called Annie who grew up wanting to be some sort of samurai warrior. Anyone was told that he wasn't ever gonna be a samurai, and as a result started listening to some old creepy dude who said that Annie could still become a masterful warrior and also save his wife if he joined him to help overthrow the samurai council. Annie managed to destroy the samurai council and killed the future members. So Annie went to a volcano to kill all the bad guys who wanted his wife dead and killed them too. His wife came to ask him to stop and he killed her. His oldest friend showed up as he was a member of the samurai council and was mad at him for killing everyone. They fight for a while until the old friend manages to climb on a small rock slightly higher than Annie and told him not to try anything as the high ground makes its user invincible. Annie tries to jump over his friend to get behind him, but the friend chops off his legs. They talk for a bit, but Annie rolled too close to the magma and was on fire, so his friend left him to die. Annie lived as the old creepy dude came and rescued him and put him in a new black spacesuit. TLDR, Annie killed to save his wife, ended up losing legs and killing his wife. This isn't about someone I directly know, it's about a friend of mine's neighbor. His neighbor was a complete whiz kid in chemistry and science. One of those dudes that's well known in his school for being abnormally smart for how casual and cool he was. Anyways, he ended up getting interested in drugs from mid-teens, but not hard substances, more so psychedelics and research chemicals. Apparently within the space of 2 years he went from a straight-edge teenage student to having a production of personal drug supply in his room. He got cocky with his friends about how he could brew up class A drugs in his room, all whilst under the same roof as his unaware parents, that he decided to make heroin. He bought Afghan poppies from the dark web and at 17 cooked heroin in his room with no jacked up sheet that dealers and cooks used to cut their product, so it was likely way more clean and pure than the heroin you get on the streets. He shot up his homemade product and unsurprisingly overdosed that night. His parents found him cold in bed with a needle in his arm the next morning. Imagine going to wake up your son for school like any other normal day and find him dead from a heroin overdose in his bed. This story has always blown me away and I've never had the nerve to speak directly to my friend about it.